Halo. And a very, very chilly, warm welcome this morning to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. You join me here, Charlie Hunt, for the games 3 and 4 in the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. We've got game number 3 here today, the first game today between Austria and Germany. And then later on this afternoon, we will see a really close matchup between Austria. They'll return as they take on Sweden for their first encounter in the game today. As we get to take a look at the lineups for this first game here today, obviously Iqbal Hussein at the top of the order for Austria. He went well yesterday as he scored 33 off of just 19 deliveries in his innings. And we take a look at the German bowlers. Walter Behr, well, 3 for 12 for him off of just the 4 overs against Austria yesterday. And Badathi as well, 3 for 17 off of 3.2 again against Austria yesterday. But also the skipper, Venkatraman Ganesan, well, he's going to be looking to continue on with the ball as well. 3 for 11 off of 4 overs against Sweden yesterday. But the only thing I have to say about Germany is their batting at the moment is looking a little bit of the downside for their performance at the moment. Dylan Blichnaut was key with the bat yesterday in this exact game as he ended up at 43 off of 32, rebuilding after losing early wickets. And we take a look at the bat versus ball wall here in match number 3. Supercomputer telling us that Germany, they look like they're going to edge it out again, but I'm sure we're going to be in for another close encounter between the two teams here today. And if you are watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, a very good morning to you. Or if you're watching on Fancode in the subcontinent in India, I hope you're all well. And I hope you're looking forward to plenty of cricket here today. Obviously not just myself here in Krefeld. You've got Danny and Vinny out in the Czech Republic as they have quarterfinals Friday. And there's going to be plenty of action over there in their T10 tournament as well. But if you're here in Krefeld, then you're here for some exciting international T20 cricket once again, as we get to take another view of the outstanding facilities here in Krefeld. A little bit of drizzle this morning once again, clouds all over, but if we're going off the forecast, then it does say that we should stay clear of any rain throughout the day. So touching wood on that one, and hopefully we get through nice and clear of any rain. The teams make their way out. Again, wonderful branding for Sky Exchange throughout this tournament. And it's going to be the same opening partnership for Austria. It's going to be Iqbal Hussein and MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker, coming out to open. And it's going to be the man who was on debut yesterday and he had a good first day with the ball, Walter Behr. Again, 3 for 12 off of his 4 overs against Austria yesterday. So he's going to be looking to impress once again. And if you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. Just myself out here on commentary at the moment. So if you are kicking about on the live chat, do get involved. Any questions, I'll try my best to answer them. Got any queries, also get those in as well. And you see that? That's very tall MSP, Mark Simpson-Parker, on your screen at the moment. Didn't really trouble the scorers yesterday. However, he is going to be key for the Austrian team here. He scored 246 runs in international T20 cricket so far. And he also has an international 50 to his name, scoring 65 not out versus the Czech Republic just a couple of years ago now. And then you can see Walter Behr opening up from the media end once again. He'll be looking to continue on from his form from yesterday. Very standard field for Germany. Early on they got a deep backward square leg and a deep third man. As we're ready to get game number 3 of the Sky Exchange Tri-Series underway, and it's a dot ball to start. So good start from Walter Behr, just veering off to just outside the off stump. And once again, Hussein, he started off a little bit slow yesterday, but he really kicked on and he took a liking to Badathi's bowling. Badathi's a talented spinner, but he just missed the mark in that game yesterday up against Hussein. And again, goes for the drive. But misses out this time. This is a good start from Voltaire early on. And it's not warm out there today. It is a little bit chilly. The sun's not really getting through those clouds at this moment in time. And there is a breeze right to left on your screen at the moment. And goes big into the leg side. I don't know if it's got the legs to go all the way. It might plug, and it has done, so it's not going to go for 4, but they're going to get 2 runs off it. Early signs of aggression for Hussein here. And Voltaire won't mind that. It's aerial, and he's got fielders in the right place for these kinds of shots. See this deep square leg and the deep third man. And this is just going to be fended down to that man at deep third man. And he's going to recover the delivery in. As that brings MSP on strike. Again, he was a bit of a bystander yesterday, as Hussein took the attack to the bowlers. Didn't get much of the strike, and that ended up costing him his wicket, as he wasn't really in. He went for a shot and didn't get it right at all. But again, a talented batsman who I'm sure he's going to be keen to put his name on the international stage. As this is short, and this is going to be dragged into the leg side. Doesn't get all of this, so it's just going to be the 1 run. And MSP off the mark straight away. As that brings us to the close of the first over, and after the first over, Austria are for no loss. It gives me an opportunity just to say good morning to everyone in the chat. You can see James Stewart in there, Ilyas Raff as well, Tertia Bear as well, who says watching from Austria but shouting for Germany. I'm sure that's going to be a little bit controversial, but good to see that there is support for both teams. And Matthew Edmonds as well. Come on the Bear, good luck again from Bill Gave. I'm not too sure on how to pronounce that team in Glasgow. And I know that Volta is appreciative of all your support out here in Krefeld at the moment. As going to be Sajid Liaquat coming on to bowl from that Sky Exchange end. Didn't see much of him yesterday, but he's got an opportunity here with the ball, so he's really going to be looking to impress his coach and the rest of his teammates and the selectors as well. He'll be looking to prove a point, so why he's on the tour here in Krefeld. It's certainly a little bit chillier this morning. That wind again coming right to left across your screen. Picks up a little bit. It's a little bit nippy out here. MSP on strike. It's good from Liaquat, and it's just going to be played into the offside. So good running early on from the Austrian batsman so far. Just rotating the strike. No boundaries yet. But he's saying if he's going to continue on from yesterday, he's not going to wait around. 33 off of 19 deliveries yesterday with just the 1-4, but the 3 maximums in his innings. Some lovely shots over cover, clearing the rope. And an outstanding straight drive as well. Really stands out for me. Basit Khan saying, come on Austria, there you go. Certainly support for both teams, which again is really encouraged and good to see. As he's saying, fends us into the offside, and they call through for the single. That's good running from Austria. The early call puts pressure on the fielders, and that pressure building a little bit too much there as a talented fielder, Muslim Yard Ashraf, just misfielding that one, and they come through comfortably for the single. MSP just slightly outside of his crease. This is short again, back of a length, and this is going to be close here. And in the end, comes back safely, gets home, does Hussein. So good running once again. If you see here, would have been very, very close if it was a direct hit. But he gets home safely. Not bad bowling so far from Sajid Liaquat. And just going for the sort of harder length, back of the length, hitting the splice of the bat. As this is gone a long, long way off Hussein's bat. Didn't quite middle it, but he managed to find the edge and it flies over the boundary for the first maximum of day number 2 here in Krefeld. It sort of swings off the hip, stand and deliver batting, and it goes all the way. The first boundary for Austria. And once again, it flew into the bushes behind us here, so it takes a bit of time to find it, but they do eventually collect the delivery. Interesting here, the Germans not going for spin at the start of the innings. And lucky had been given the opportunity here. And once again, just to the right of me, the Austrian team, very vocal in their support for the 2 out in the middle at the moment. Can Liaquat respond? She's short again, and there's a man there, but it's going to go over his head, and it's going to run away for another boundary. So 10 runs off of 2 deliveries for Hussein, and that goes away for 4 runs for Austria. There was a man there, but not tall enough, and it sails over his head, and he timed that one well, did Hussein. So starting off where he left off yesterday, going well early on here for his nation. 13 coming off of this over so far, 1 delivery remaining. Liaquat under pressure early on here.
Come on, take the ball.
Going to want to finish with a dot. Here's Liaquat, as he hasn't had a dot yet. 3 singles and then the 6 and the 4 in the second over here. Does he have any tricks up his sleeve? Are we going to see them here in the final delivery? It's short again, and this time just beating in for a little bit of pace as this one's fended back and eventually collected by the keeper. So they do get that dot ball to finish the second, and after 2 overs, Austria are 17 for no loss. We get to just take a look here at the standings after yesterday's play. Obviously Germany, the only team to play 2 games yesterday, taking victories from both games. So 4 out of 4 points for them, and a good net run rate as well, obviously with that first game defeating Austria and bowling them out for just 81, and then also bowling Sweden out for 93 and chasing that down into the 18th over. It's going to be Voltaire to continue after a decent first over from him. Just the 4 off it for the tall German. And this is well played into the offside, and it evades the man diving away at point. And it eventually is collected by Sajid Liaquat at deep third man, and they come through for the single. And again, good to see Deborah Patuma in the chat. Nice and vocal yesterday and starting once again today. Again, really do appreciate everyone's inputs in the chat. It does make my life a lot easier. As this goes big, does he say? It's going to take some catching. It's gone very, very high. And it has the legs, and it goes all the way for, I believe, 6 runs. As you see here, it doesn't quite time this. He gets enough of it by the looks of it. And they was teasing him, and I think it is going to be given 6 runs, and it is. It's a maximum for Hussein. Wasn't a terrible delivery from Voltaire, but Hussein, anything full, he is going to try and drive back over his head, and he did so there. Can Bear have a respond? Back in the length and just played into the offside. It's going to be a dot ball, so well fielded from the Germans. But Hussein again looking comfortable early on. He's 20 off of just 11 deliveries now. So he's short, and Hussein goes even bigger into the leg side, and that's going to go for another maximum here in the third over. Just rocks back, gives himself a bit of time, and he's not going to miss out on that one, as Voltaire is getting a bit of punishment early on here. Hussein motors along to 26 now, as the skipper from Germany, Ganisan, just having a bit of a chat with Voltaire. Obviously, Voltaire, a good bowler, but a little bit inexperienced in international cricket. So they're just going to have a bit of a change in the field. So deep third man just becomes a regulation third man, as mid-off becomes long off. So it looks like they're going to go for the full stuff here. There is still a man at deep square leg, just covering the short delivery. So this is Fuller. And there's a dot ball. So a good comeback again from Voltaire. And it's a dot ball with 13 runs coming off of this over so far. And again on the drive. Don't think this was a catching opportunity. I think it was a bit of a bump ball. But he doesn't take it cleanly, but prevents what would have most likely been a single. So a good end to a difficult over for Voltaire. 13 from it at the end of the third. Austria 30 for no loss. And this is again 2 really good overs. 13 off of the last over and 13 off the previous one before that as well. And we're going to see an early change from that Sky Exchange end. It's going to be Dylan Blichnout coming into the attack, who again had a solid day out yesterday with both bat and ball, taking a couple wickets in each game and also contributing massively with the bat in the first game up against Austria. 43 off of 32 deliveries. Did a really good job as he had to rebuild for Germany. And you do feel if Austria can prevent themselves from losing early wickets, again, 20 overs, a little bit different to what we normally see on ECN with the T10. There is that moment of time where they're allowed to give themselves a bit of time just to get themselves in. And MSP again, a supporting role, 4 off 4, so he's going at run a ball so far, but he hasn't faced many deliveries yet. But he's on strike now against Dylan Blichnout. Blichnout just leaving this one outside the off stump, and MSP lets that one through to the keeper. Once again, the keepers yesterday, all three for all three nations were extremely talented and showcased their skills. And again in a similar area, and MSP just lets this one go. So you have patience from MSP when you've had 2 big overs with 26 coming off the last 2 overs. There isn't really much need to take any unnecessary risks. See 3 overs remaining in the power play. Oh, but a yes, no, maybe. And I think he's gone. There was a serious misunderstanding between the 2 batsmen, and he has to go. A little bit of confusion as to whether or not it was taken cleanly, but I think it was. It was a direct hit, but MSP once again has to go early as he falls with only scoring 4 runs, and that brings Austria to 30 for 1. So It would be interesting to get a side-on view here as we have a look. And it's only just skimmed the stump, so it's a bit unlucky for MSP, but he has to go. So good call from the umpires. And the umpires in this game, I can tell you, are Vinay Malhotra and Sunil Gowda. So good work from the skipper. Ganesan with the throw as it brings his counterpart Rasmal Shigewal to the crease. Struggled yesterday with the bat. And again, this is what Austria don't need to see. If they lose a wicket, they just need to take their time and rebuild again. Doesn't seem to want to listen to me as this first ball is aggressively played into the leg side. But doesn't time it, and it's just going to be a dot ball. But Shigewal, well, he went for a golden duck yesterday, and he was the start of the collapse from Austria. As there was only 3 batsmen that got into double figures yesterday in this exact same game versus Germany. This is well bowled from Lichnout. And Shigewal just trying to play this into the offside. Not really getting much on this. Just troubling for a bit of pace, I think, is Lichnout. Has got some good wheels coming through. As Lichnout is going to look to continue. It's a good first over. No runs coming off of this one so far. 1 remaining. And again, just fishing outside the off stump. And it's a really good over from Lichnout. It's a maiden. And there's a wicket in there as well from the run out. So at the end of the 4th, Austria are 30 for 1. That was a really vital over from Lichnout. Just what Germany would have wanted. What Ganesan would have asked of his bowler. And that wicket breaking up that opening partnership. So I get a good opportunity to say hello to a couple of people in the chat. I see Basit Khan and Ramesh Sathisan and Taranjit Singh as well. I hope you guys are doing well. The 2 players who we saw in Malta over a month ago now. Maiden Waters as well in the chat, and I hope you're doing well. Always a pleasure to see you here in the group. As it's going to be a change of ends for Sajid Liaquat. Now comes on from the media end. Hussain not taking his time. Looks to pierce this through the infield, but again, doesn't get anything on this. So it's a good start from Liaquat with the dot ball. Liam Day just saying, sounds a bit windy. There is a little bit of wind around today, causing that breeze to sort of come right to left across your screen. You can see there on the tents behind on the square leg boundary. Liaquat again, sticking to this harsh back of a length delivery, as we saw him in his first over, and his first over went for 13. So he won't mind the 2 early dot balls here. And Maiden Walters saying a bit cooler than Malta. Certainly is. Can't have it all your way. There was a bit of drizzle this morning. Not too bad, not as bad as yesterday, that's for sure. And Hussain, well, no surprise that he's anything short, he's going to look to try and pounce on. And again, big swing, gets nothing on this. Germany won't mind this. There is a man out patrolling the square leg boundary. There's Sathisan in the chat. Just saying, you look a lot younger to be in the cube, and I'd take that as a compliment. Someone said yesterday expected me to look younger. So you can't win them all, I guess. And this is cleverly played from Hussain. He times this well, and I think this is going to go all the way, and it does. So, proper textbook cricket shot from Hussain, and he's rewarded as they get another boundary. Learcat again, just back of a length, this time a bit. A little bit straighter, and it goes the distance, as you can just hear on the microphone. In these bushes off the boundary, there are a few stinging nettles, so I think that was Volta Bear doing the collecting, except he hasn't got stung. Today the weather forecast was supposed to be warmer and sunnier, but we haven't got that yet. It's still a long way to go. This is well played over the leg side field, and I think it might run away, and it does. So it's consecutive boundaries once again for Hussein, and Learcat really struggling here as he goes for double digits already in this over once again. Really testing his character, but a good shot from Hussein nonetheless. This is going to be a wide delivery. Trying to go fuller and straight, but this time it is down the leg side. So Learcat just struggling here with the ball in hand. Just can't get it right. Learcat really going to be testing his character now. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, but he's not going to get it. It looks like it was going down leg from my angle, and you can always tell when the keeper's starting to push off that left leg of his to move towards the leg side. You can see here he was starting to veer down the leg side. So a good call from the umpires. That brings us to the end of the fifth over, and Austria are 40 for 1, as this gives us an opportunity to show you what's happening here on ECN Friday. So not only have you got myself here in Krefeld for the Sky Exchange Germany T20I Tri-Series, with a game now, Austria versus Germany, and then Sweden versus Austria later on at 4 o'clock local time. We've also got quarter final Friday in the Czech Republic, with Vinny and Danny doing an outstanding job once again with the commentating, and some exciting cricket with some really good talent in Czech Republic on show. 4 games today from them, as they'll be into their second game of the day. So plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Plenty to choose from. It's going to be Dylan Blichner to continue from the Sky Exchange end. Well, this is a very, very short delivery, and it's going to be given a wide ball. But he's saying, he won't mind me saying this, isn't the tallest of men, especially compared to his opening partner of Simpson Parker, who is a very, very tall man. And this is a big appeal, and he's got him. And once again, the fuller delivery just troubling Hussein as he was walking across his stumps, and he got clipped on the legs, and the umpire was very quick to give it, as he has to go for 34 off of 21 deliveries. Austria are 41 for 2. So Hussein has to go, and you just feel that they're in a bit of a similar position as they were yesterday. Hussein going well earlier on in the innings. However, getting out early on in the power play, in the power play, meaning 2 fresh batsmen in the crease now. As Razmal Shigawal is yet to get off the mark after facing 3 deliveries. As Zahil Momin now comes into the fray for the Austrians. There's a bit of chat going on about what I'm assuming is Romania touring Finland, and just let me know if I'm correct in saying that. And if so, that's going to be some cracking cricket later on. Be certainly tuning in if that is the case. But we continue here. Dylan Blichnout. Tails up. And Momin playing this into the offside. It's the dot ball. So once again, Dylan Blichnout starting really, really well here. Only conceding 1 run, and that was a wide off of his 2.3 overs so far. 1.3 overs, correction. This is short again, and safely played into the leg side. And they're going to come back for the second, and they comfortably do so, much to the excitement of the Austrian dugout. And they come back safely. Back of a length, and he clips him on his hip. And it's a dot ball again. Really good bowling this from Dylan Blichnout. There's not a lot this man can't do at the moment. Successful with the bat yesterday and successful with the ball as well. Early on here in the game. Looks like a bit of a slower delivery. And again, clips into the leg side. It's a dot ball. There is a man there now. It's the skipper, Ganesan. He's been good in the field over the last day and a half. As this bit of late swing by the looks of it. This was let go through to the keeper, and that brings us to the end of the power play. Austria up 43 for 2. And Liam Day just confirming, so it's the World Cup sub-regional qualifiers in Finland. Okay, so that sounds like some very interesting tournament once again, and I know there are some qualifiers coming up. I know there's a tournament in Belgium at the end of this month. That's my home nation, Spain. They're taking part. So good luck to them in the tournament from myself. Good luck to everyone in the tournament as well. It's going to be some exceptional cricket on show nonetheless. There's no doubt about that. But again, we're seeing some really good cricket early on here. And we're going to see an early introduction of Shakur Rahimzai. So correction, Vishnu Bharathi, the left arm off spinner. Again, said yesterday, Germany's top leading wicket taker in international T20s. Playing against a very talented batsman, has Bharathi. It's going to be the Austrian skipper Razmal Shigawal on strike, yet to get off the mark. Only faced the 3 deliveries though. Bharathi's going to be looking to take another couple of scouts with him. That was the first delivery outside of the power play, and it's a dot ball. It's a good start for him, just back of a length. This is well played, and they just drop and run into the offside, and it's good running. Again, that early call of a single puts, I believe that's Rasul Ahmadi under pressure on short third man. They end up coming through comfortably for the single. And there's a question here from Sathisan, Ramesh Sathisan. Any idea why Bilal Zame is missing from the Austrian lineup? He was in the lineup early on in the week before this tournament started. He had a late dropout. Not too sure as to why. I do wish him well. He's a big miss for Austria, the Austrian side. See, one of the highest run scorers in international T20 cricket, and he's obviously scored a century against the Czech Republic, did at Zami, so hope he's okay, and I'm sure he's going to be paying close attention. This has just dropped into the leg side once again. It's good run. There could be buzzers here, but it's well done by Muslim Yardashraf. Read the game well when he saw there earlier that there was a chance of overthrows, and he came in from long on. Did a really good job preventing another run being conceded. So Shigawa back on strike. Back of a length and cuts well through the infield, but there is Tyler Khan on the offside boundary as he collects that. And it's just going to be the single as it brings the left-handed Mamin back on strike. And this is well bowled from Badathi. He's a really talented left-arm off-spinner. Not easy to get away. It's very rare that he'll bowl you a poor delivery, and his flight tends to be what gets him his wickets. He does vary it up a lot. And again, back of a length. This is just played late through to third man. He come through for the single. So I'm a bit of a fan at the moment of the way that Austria are going about the way at the moment. Not taking any unnecessary risk. Had a good start through the power plays. That brings us to the end of the 7th. Austria are 47 for 2. Again, they don't want to have a big collapse, and they're going to want to get anywhere above that 120, 130 mark at the moment. And Ramesh just saying that century for Lau is right here in Romania. He's a very good player indeed. He certainly is a big miss for Austria. But still, plenty of capable batsmen. Shigo out. Well, he scored an international 50. In fact, he got 95 not out versus Hungary. So again, a more than capable batsman is the Austrian skipper. And I am jumping to and fro from the coverage here that's going on at the moment in Krefeld and also in the Czech Republic as well. So I am going back and forth, as I'm sure many of the viewers are, as spin from both ends now, and this is a good shot from Amin into the offside for what should just be a single, and it's going to be Russell Amadi into the attack now, as he concedes just the one run off of his first delivery. Brings Chigo out on strike. Shorter and hit well into the offside, but again there is a man patrolling that boundary, so it's just going to be a single. So he's bowling to his field here, and I don't mind this. This is good from Amadi early on in his spell. Good fielding by that man. You have to say the fielding by the German team has been really, really outstanding. Haven't let off at all, making them work for every single run. This is clipped into the leg side. Shigo out on strike. 3 runs for him so far. Big gust of wind comes through my tent here. This is short again. And they're going to be called through for single, and it's good running. This is good from the Austrian batsman, good intent. So this is good so far from Momin and Shigu out in the middle for Austria. It's good over so far from Amani. This is short. And again, just cut into the offside to the man covering the offside boundary, and that's Abdul Shakur Rahimzai. As that brings us to the end of the 8th over. Austria are 52 for 2. So we take a look here at what's happened so far. Iqbal Hussain again getting a really good start, but not able to convert, and that's my only concern with Austria at the moment is Hussain at the top has been able to get starts as he's made 33 and 34 now in these 2 games against Germany. So if Hussain can build on what he has started with the platform, then looking to convert into a 50, then they'll be happy with that. So obviously we only saw the 150 yesterday, and that was Emmanuel's for Sweden. And it was in vain as they struggled with the bat as a team. And they'll be looking to impress once again. But Arthi to continue here. I mean, on the drive, it's a good shot. It's a good shot for 1. Just drives this out to Ashraf. Kicks this through. It's a lovely setting here in Krefeld, it has to be said. Trees surrounding the ground. Has a very English feel. Might be a little bit controversial, but a very English club feel to this ground. So short, and Shigiwal plays this well into the leg side. There's an early call of 2. I don't think they're going to get there. And it's well fielded by Abdul Stanikzai on the leg side boundary. This is Phillip, and this isn't timed well. It's not going to go all the way, but they should get 2. And there is a bit of a misfield, so they do so comfortably. So this is good from Amin so far. Just rotating the strike. He moves on to double figures. This is straighter, and defended to the man. At fine leg for a dot ball. This is good bowling from Bharat. He's dropping it right on the spot. Makes it very, very difficult to get away. No big shots coming. We haven't had a boundary since the 5th over. So he's just dealing in 1s and 2s at the moment. This is well played from Amin as he just drops us into the leg side. And there's a bit of hesitation here. And he's gone. That's poor running from the Austrians. Hesitation from both batsmen, but it's good work from the German fielder. And that means that Austria have fallen to 56 for 3. So we get to take another look here. He played this well. They ran that first one hard. We see there's hesitation, but a yes, no, maybe. And then they ended up saying yes, and he was out by quite a fair distance. So good work from Sajid Lakiat as he struggled with the ball in hand, but this is really good work. It wasn't even in frame, was Mamin. And he has to go. He's very frustrated with himself. He knows that was poor. It brings the new man, Abdullah Bilal, the wicketkeeper, into the crease for Austria. We saw him hit a lovely lofted cover drive for 6 yesterday. And Austria will be happy to take a few more of those if they can. Again, 57 for 3 after 9 now. Don't want to fall to anything less than 120 really. They want to give themselves something to bowl at. And Shigo up again, just dabbing this into the offside for a single. So good running as it brings Abdal Bilal on strike to face his first delivery. Bit of a field change, so at the moment they've got 3 men out on the leg side. Got a long on, deep mid wicket, and then a deep backward square leg. And this is just going to be played into that backward square leg. Should just be the one. They run on a misfield, and it's good running. Early call. They were both paying attention. They do tend to say never run on a misfield, but this time both batsmen were alert and rotated through, and they come through back for the second. So good running again from the Austrians. It's a really good delivery. Does him all ends up. Does him well enough that he doesn't even get anything on this and it comes off the pad. Be interesting to see. I don't think they were appealing for an LBW, but I reckon that could have been close as well. But it's a dot ball nonetheless. And again, this is clipped into the leg side, and there's an early call of 2. And they're not going to do so. So good fielding out in the deep. They keep it to just the single. So this is, again, a really good over so far from Rasul Ahmadi. There's a really, really good delivery from Ahmadi. Landing it on the spot once again. You see here, gets a bit stuck, the Shiggy Wow. There's a half a bill from the wicket keeper. Shiggy catches this one well. It's just going to be a single to the man at long on, as that brings us to the end of the 10th over. We're halfway through the first innings here, and Austria are 62 for 3. As it brings me an opportunity to say a very good morning, a welcome to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well and enjoying the cricket here. And we're certainly in for some exciting cricket throughout the day, with obviously this game, Austria versus Germany, and then Sweden versus Austria. That's going to be a really, really tight game later on today. And certainly looking forward to that. But we're also going to be able to have a look at Czech Republic here, as we just get to have a look at what's going on. Obviously, quarterfinals Friday, and certainly plenty of action going on at the moment. Really close target there, just the 53 target there. So really good there, but we're going to go back to action. This is a really good shot down the ground, and he's not going to cut that off, and that's a really good shot from the skipper. And that's 4 runs for Austria. A very well welcome boundary. Hits this well, Shiggy well. It goes all the way, 4 runs. And it's a good comeback from Malathi. Gets hit, dispatched back over his head for a boundary. Gets this one right on the length again. Signs of a talented bowler. And Shigwell hits this one well, and this is going to be another boundary. So the skipper looking to attack the left arm spin of Vishnu Bharathi. Just rocks back, gives himself a bit of space, and dispatches this one over the offside infield, and it runs away for 4 runs for Austria. And can Bharathi have another response here? 2 boundaries in this over. This is back of the lane. This is good cricket from Shigwell. Just runs this through for a single, so he's now at run a ball, which is really, really good cricket from him. I think he understands at the moment he hasn't got to take any unnecessary risks. Get the boundaries with good textbook cricket shots. As Gary Wilson in the chat. I hope you're doing well, Gary. Let us know where you're watching from. And Abrar Bilal just playing this into the offside for a single. I feel that this is a really crucial partnership for Austria if they're going to set a defendable target. Speaking to a couple of the Austrians yesterday, they were a little bit disappointed with how the game ended up going. They felt that they were in the game, especially after the start that they had. Just let it get away from them. So this is better from them so far with the bat. In a one hand, one bounce action there. As that brings us to the end of the 11th over. And Austria, they've moved on to 72 for 3. If you're lurking on YouTube at the moment, if you're just watching and not really getting involved in the chat, this is your opportunity. If you're lurking, get in the YouTube chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, or if you're a neutral, just watching for the love of the game. And there's certainly a few out there. But some tense cricket at the moment here at the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series here in Krefeld. It's going to be the skipper coming into the attack now as Ganesan had a good game yesterday with the ball 3 for 11 off of 4 overs yesterday. So he's going to look to continue where he left off from with Abrar Bilal on strike. And Bilal looks to get inventive and plays this into the leg side with a scoop. Should be 2, and they're going to come back comfortably as there is no one on fine leg at all. So it's a good shot. You can execute it properly. It's enough on that to run away. So 2 runs to the total. As Nikhil Matur saying they're watching from Malmo in Sweden. Hope you're doing well. See Sweden, they'll be playing in the second game up against Austria. Positives to come out from their game yesterday in their loss to Germany. I thought their middle over bowling was really, really tight and really applied the pressure and took it deep. So certainly positives to come from a loss there. And this time he finds the edge, just plugs in the grass, and they're going to come back pretty comfortably for the second. But good work from Yardashraf, Muslim Yardashraf, doing well. It's just the 2 runs, but this is good from Abrar Bilal. Showed signs of promise with the bat yesterday with a lovely drive through the covers for 6. And again, clipped into the leg side. Early calls of 2, but I don't think they're going to get there. And he's sent back by his skipper, is Abrar Bilal. There isn't really anyone in that mid-wicket. So there's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, so potential of 2, but it hits it too well. Just the 1, but it brings Shigwell back on strike. 16 off 17 for him now. Played again into a similar area, and I think this time it is definitely just going to be the 1. No calls of 2. Good fielding from the Germans. Sensible batting thus far from Austria. Not far away from their total that they hit yesterday, so they'll be happy with that. Just the 3 runs needed to reach the same score. 81 all out they were yesterday off of They're 15.4 overs. It's a really good delivery from Ganisan. Beats both the batsman and the wicketkeeper. And they're going to come through for the one by. It's good to see a little bit of a teaser of the action in the Czech Republic as the Prague Tigers are taking on United. Some serious cricket up there as well in the Czech Republic. This is well played from Shigawao into the offside. There's a man patrolling that boundary, so it's just going to be the one run. But again, good sensible batting at the moment, as that game in the Czech Republic has come to an end as we reach the end of the 12th. Austria are 80 for 3. That game has come to an end in the Czech Republic with United beating the Prague Tigers by 8 wickets. So I'm sure that there's going to be a couple of viewers coming over. So a very good morning to you wherever you're watching from, whether you're on YouTube, on European Cricket Network, or if you're watching on Fancode in India. I hope you're all doing well. So we get to take a quick look at the standings. So Germany 2 from 2, so 4 points for them. And Austria and Sweden yet to get on the board. One of them will have a victory after game number 4 of Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. This is short, and this is slapped to Volterbat at long off for a single. So Shigawao moving on to 19 off of 20 deliveries now, and Bilal just going above runnable at the moment. Finds the edge here. It's good bowling from Rasul Ahmadi. And Bilal looks to go big, and he hits this well. There is a man out here, and he's almost gone past him, but he does well. And eventually cuts the ball off and prevents a certain boundary. So he saved 3 runs there. So good work from Muslim Yardashraf. Just in front of me here in the comms box. This is good bowling from Rasul Ahmadi. And this is to be played into leg side. Opportunity here. It's really good fielding off of his own bowling. We saw Akib Iqbal do a really good job yesterday off of his own bowling, but Rasul Ahmadi unable to do the same here. It's good running eventually. It's a good call from the umpires. We see here he's home. Not comfortably as he would have liked, but he does eventually get home safely. So this is good running here from Austria. Prakash Mishra in the chat as well. And Gary Bilson from South Africa go Dylan and the German team. Plenty of support from the German squad. And this definitely finds the edge. It's a genuine edge. This is going to run away. Evades Vishnu Bharathi. Going to come back comfortably for the second. So Abrar Bilal moves on to 12. Bilal was looking just to turn this into the leg side. It's a little bit early on this, and it's played back to the bowler for a dot ball. That brings us to the end of the 13 overs, and Austria are 85 for 3. So just the 5 coming off that over. So again, a good over from Rasul Ahmadi. Struggled in the first game yesterday, but bowled really well in the second game and in this game so far. I know that there will certainly be viewers who will be keeping out on other cricket around the world. I know I will be as an Englishman. As England take on New Zealand in the second test match. Certainly be keeping an eye out for that one as well. And it's going to be change of bowler from the Sky Exchange end. This is played well into the offside. Should just be the single and is, as it's Muslim Yadashraf into the attack for the Germans. And there's an edge here. And up. Bilal is going to have to go. So Muslim Yadashraf gets the breakthrough early on. Bilal holding out to Rasul Ahmadi, third man. So he's going to have to go. Austria are now 86 for 4. So it brings the new man to the crease, Hassan Mirza. And again, a batsman who has got 2 international T20 50s to his name. Struggled a little bit yesterday, and there was a few questions about his batting yesterday, but he is a more than qualified batsman. He certainly has the skill. He's got 194 runs in international T20 cricket before the start of this tournament. He was with an average of 38.8. Certainly it isn't easy in this T20 format. But certainly a more than accomplished batsman with 2 international 50s to his name. Going to look to go well in the final 6.4 overs of this innings. This is well bowled from Ashraf. As it's just going to be the dot ball. And again, looking to go into the offside, trying to give himself some room. Doesn't get this one through. We've seen that a few times in the last 2 games and early on here. In game number 3, of a few batsmen just trying to give themselves some space, moving towards the leg side and trying to play it through the offside and cut it. There's only one man patrolling the boundary on the offside. And this is a genuine edge again. Runs through to Rasul Ahmadi for the single. So that brings the skipper and a man who will feel like he's got pressure of an entire country on his shoulders. Nazmal Shigewal, the skipper. 21 off of 22 now for him. He's going to need to go big here for his country. This is going to be given a wide ball. Ashraf feels like he might be a little bit hard done by there. So we get to take another look. It's a good call from the umpire, as it was certainly outside the wide line. So no complaints there, as this is again played into the offside. It could be close here. It's a bullet of an arm from Voltaire. And the keeper just saying, thanks mate, really appreciate that one. Someone flew through to the keeper. They ended up coming through safely for the single. And at the end of 14 overs, Austria are 89 for 4. So Rasul Ahmadi to continue here. And this is back of a length and punched into the offside. Which is going to be the one though, as that man once again doing a good job out in the deep. Talal Khan. I think he's going to look to apply the pressure now. See if they can just maybe bowl a few dot balls and just stop the rotation of the strike. trying to build the pressure. And then if you build that pressure, you bowl well in partnerships, you end up getting an opportunity. This is hit well into the leg side by Mirza Hassan. It's just going to be the one run again. Good fielding from the two men out in the leg side. And again, hit into a similar area, just for the one run for Shigewa. I can just tell by his body language, I think he's feeling the bit of the pressure here. He knows that he has to stay there until the end of this 20 overs if they're going to get a par score. And people asking what a par score is at the moment. And I would have to say, it's going to be looking around the 140 mark, 150. We haven't really seen anyone hit there yet. So Germany hit into the 130s. This has gone high in the air. It's going to take some catching. And he takes it safely. And I believe that's Shakur Rahimzai with the grab. So good work from him and good bowling again from Rasul Ahmadi as he's presented the wicket, and Mirza Hassan has to go. Just the 2 runs for him. Ahmadi getting a well-deserved wicket. Shigewa just watching his partners fall and fall. Get to take a look at the new man in, and it's Abdullah Akbarjan. He can hit a long ball, so certainly not running out of people of batsmen that can certainly bat for a certain amount of time and tick that scoreboard over. It's just a matter of not losing wickets and just playing risk-free cricket, really. Shigewa now on strike. Tell you what was interesting yesterday was watching the German squad have a net after their second game yesterday. So they took 2 victories, but still felt that there was improvements needed as Ahmadi continues here. As Shigewa was looking like he was going to try and go big, but he adjusted himself as it was a good delivery from Rasul Ahmadi. One delivery remaining. This is hit into the offside. Doesn't get all of this. And it's the man who took the catch. Rahimzai. And it's a dot ball to finish over. So a good over from Rasul Ahmadi and for Germany as at the end of the 50th. Austria are 92 for 5. As we get to have a look at the schedule, the upcoming schedule for the coverage here on the European Cricket Network. So we have Hungary ECS tournament in Budapest from the 13th of June. Then we go all the way to one of the teams participating here today, Austria. We're there on the 20th of June in Vienna. Then we've got a few weeks in Italy with tournaments in Milan, Brescia, Bologna and Rome, and then a Super Series as well. And then we're in Germany for a considerable amount of time as we start in Dresden. And then we're back here in Krefeld on this wonderful outfield here, this wonderful performance centre in Krefeld. So plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. So do stick around, do subscribe to the YouTube channel. As continue here does Muslim Yar Ashraf with the left-handed Abdullah Akbarjan on strike. Starts with the dot ball. And Akbarjan looking to go into the leg side. There are 2 men now on the leg side boundary. Voltabed is one of them, and he's a tall man, so if you're going to get it over him, he's going to have to go a long, long way. And this one isn't really timed this well, but it's going to run away. And he's going to cut that off is Rahimzai, and they're going to come back pretty comfortably for the second. Good shot from Akbarjan. Shorter delivery. Looking to come down the pitch was Agbadjan. But he didn't get anything on this. Eventually it was taken by the keeper. Would have been close, but I don't think he took it cleanly on the first attempt, so was unable to get an attempt at the stumps. And once again, this is shorter, and that really did kick up off the pitch. This could be played to Walter Bear for a single. And it brings the skipper, Shigawal, on strike, the right-handed batsman. He's just quietly moved on to 24 now. Hit a couple boundaries in the 11th over. We've not had a boundary since then, just ones and twos for Austria. This is Fuller, and he hits this into the leg side, and I think he's got all of this, and he has. It's going to go over the boundary for a much-needed 6 runs, and a world-famous Maximo for Austria. That was a huge hit from Shigawal as Muslim Yard Ashraf, just a little bit too full. And Shigawal moves on to 30 now. I don't think they're going to get that ball back as it is now in the stinging nettles. So, third umpire, Mark Jameson, going to come on and provide a selection of different balls to choose from. As you can see there, the 2 men on your screen, the skipper, Nazmal Shigawal and Abdullah Agbadjan. These two need to build a partnership now. And as I said, that's the first boundary since the 11th over. What a way to bring up another boundary with a huge 6 over deep mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot from Shigawal. He's above a runner ball now. This is a good comeback from Ashraf as he's just penned that into the offside to Walter Bear. It's going to be a dot ball. So 10 runs coming off of that over. Good over for Austria. And at the end of 16, they're 102 for 5. As we got to see the scorecard there, and again a good start from Hussein at the top of the order, 34 for 21 for him. And Shigawal doing a job here at number 3, just steadying the ship. As Maiden Water just asking, how many balls have they lost in that thick greenery? It looks treacherous. And there is a lot of stinging nettle bushes around the ground, I have to say, and I'm certainly glad that I'm not playing and I'm not on the bench, as I don't know if I'd like to be putting my hands and knees into the stinging nettles. But Austria, they're going to be happy with the way this is going now. They've reached the 100. 4 overs remaining. See if they go at 9 and over, they can reach that 140. I think they'll be looking just to get to that 120 as a base, and then anything extra they're going to be happy with. So it's going to be Dylan Blichnout back into the attack. 1 for 3 off of 2 overs for him. And they look to break this partnership again. This is well played into the offside for a single. As Agbadjan plays that one back. And he swapped out the hat for a helmet, which I think is pretty sensible when you're up against a man like Dylan Blichnout. Certainly got good wheels through that shoulder and through that action. As he's in again. As this looks like it was a bit of a slower ball. They're going to come through for a single pretty comfortably. So good running from these two in the middle, as it is going to be given as leg byes. And it brings the skipper, Shigawal, on strike. Needs to convert this start. 30 off of 29. He's got a license to go here now. They've still got wickets in hands with 3.4 overs remaining. There's 22 deliveries left in this innings. And they're going to be looking towards that 125, 130 mark at this point. Shigawal needs to remain there. There's plenty of ones and certainly twos if you play it correctly on this ground. And he's hit this really well into the leg side. He flicks this off the pads. It's going to be a big chase on, but I don't think he's going to get there. And why deal in ones and twos when you can flick it off your pads for 4? A beautiful boundary for Shigawal and for Austria. Just teasing the fielders as he clipped this one off of his pads. Elegantly so. It runs away for a boundary, so they now move on to 107 for 5. With that 130 looking like it's going to be the target for them here. Can Blichnout reply? He does so. It's back of a length and wide. And this is going to be edged down to short third man as they run through for the single. As Vinny Sandu in the chat saying howdy everybody. Hope you're doing well, Vinny. Enjoying the T10 up in the Czech Republic. Doing a stellar job alongside Danny as well. Plenty of cricket here on the ECN to choose from. Just a bit of a field change as it's going to be a deep, fine leg. And they've also got a man out on the deep square leg boundary and a long on as well. And this is well played by Akbarjan. Just hits this down the ground to Muslim Yardashaf. He's been busy today in the field. He's done a good job. Brings the skipper Razmal Shigawal back on strike. This hit well into the leg side. Just skips along down the hill. And they're going to come back comfortably for the second as it's a misfield again from Abdul Stanikzai. He's just struggling with his ground fielding as it runs down the hill towards this cow corner boundary. And Blichnout won't be happy after that over with just 11 runs coming off it. So in there, again, another good over for Austria as they move on to 111 for 2 now after their 17 overs. As we see there, multitude of bowlers being used here by the Germans. With 7 bowlers being used. Gnisan only being given the 1 over from himself. As it looks like it's going to be Sajid Liaquat back into the attack. He struggled in the early stages of this game with 22 runs coming off of his first 2 overs. He's going to look to keep this total down now. There's a bit of a bottom edge, but it's really good work from the keeper, Sachin Mandi. Such athleticism there as it was a bottom edge. He took a quick step to the left and ended up doing really, really well to readjust, prevent that ball from going and running away towards the boundary. So it's just a single from Akbarjan and it brings Shigawal back on strike. As you might have heard there, the wind just picking up again. It is a little bit windy again. Still staying right to left across your screen. So I'm sure Shigawal, if he's going to go, he's going to look towards that leg side boundary with the wind. He looked to do so, but frustratingly misses out on this one. As Vinny saying, he's hashtag lurking while working. And I'm sure there's a few people that are lurking while working. Watching some exciting cricket hit in Krefeld. This is a really good delivery, but well struck from Shigawa. And they're going to come through for the second. And it's really good running from Akbarjan. He set off early. And he ran that first one really hard. Made that second one even easier. He did well not to get taken out by the on drive from Shigawa. But he gets his captain, the important skipper, back on strike as he's now moved on to 39. This is wide. He doesn't get all of this. And he's gone. It's a really good catch from the skipper, Ganisan, as Sajid Liaka, he's kept plugging away with his bowling and he's rewarded with a wicket. The big wicket of Razmal Shigawa. He has to go for 39. As that wicket means Austria are now falling to 116. 115, sorry, for 5. As it brings the new man to the crease. Naveed Zadran, well, he's going to have a job to do with the ball, isn't he? What a day he had with the ball yesterday. 3 for 28 off of his 3 overs. Picking up 3 vital, vital wickets as the skipper comes off to a round of applause from his teammates. Scoring a really vital 39 off of 35 deliveries. Going at more than run a ball. Not easy batting out there at the moment as it's a really large outfield. So going at more than run a ball is a really good bit of batting as it allows Akbarjan to take over now as the in-batsman, 5 off 8 for him so far. And this is going to be given a wide ball. So Liaquat just struggling ever so slightly here. Sajid Liaquat having the wicket, but not able to stem the flow of runs, but this is a good delivery as Akbarjan looks to swing big into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on this. Falls to the keeper for a dot ball. This is a good 18th over from Sajid Liaquat. And this is driven well to the offside, and they're going to come through for the single. It's going to be close here. Puts the dive in, and it's a well-worked dive as he gets home safely for that second run. And you just never know. With a total like this, really could be a crucial single, as we see here. They set off, run that first one quick, and he got home safely. It's again a really good call from the umpires. And I have to say that the umpiring yesterday and the umpiring so far today has been outstanding, of a high quality as well. So that brings us to the end of the 18th, and that too means that Austria are 117 for 6. Stefan Boschov saying good afternoon from South Africa. Plenty of South African viewers at the moment, so I hope you're doing well, Stefan. As we just take a look here, been a steady increase flow of runs at the moment for Austria, as they've now moved on to 117, so 2 overs remaining. They're going to be looking to try and get up as close to that 140 mark as possible. And he hits this well into the offside. There's a man there and he's going to cut that one off. They're going to come back for the second. They do so comfortably. So a good start for Azerbaijan with the bat, as he went big into the offside and manages to get 2 runs from it. So Blichnaut, just the 1 wicket for him of his 3 overs. And this is well played from Zadran as this is played into the leg side. Well dug out. It's a good Yorker length from Blichnaut. Brings the left-handed Abidjan back on strike. 7 off 10 for him so far. Can hit a long ball. And with the field the way it is, no one in the ring on the leg side. And they've just realised if they didn't bring someone in, there would have been a no ball. But they bring deep fine leg in, so it's just a fine leg. It's short, and he looks to go big, but he's got nothing of this. And it's going to be a simple caught and bowled for Dylan Blichnau as he takes another wicket. And Abdullah Abidjan has to go for 7 runs. And Austria fall to 120 for 7. Abidjan looking to go big into the leg side. There's 3 men out there covering that boundary, but got nothing on this run on the splice of the bat. Blichnau took a simple catch. You can see there, just waving off the drinks, saying we don't need them, let's get on with it. We've had enough now. We want to get through the final over and a half here in Krefeld. Brings this is hit really well. There's a man out there, but he's not going to cut that off, and it's going to go all the way for 6 runs for Austria. It's a really good shot from Zadran there. He swatted this over extra cover for 6 runs, and that's going to help boost the total here. Can Blichnau have a response? There's a bit of dancing, and he hits this one well. There is a man out there, and he comfortably collects, as does Rahim's eye. And they're going to come through. There's a bit of yes, no, maybe. It ends up just being the 1 run. So Javiz Zadran trying to get back on strike, but unable to do so after an outstanding shot over extra cover for 6. That would not have made Blichnau a very happy man. This is well bowled in a good area again. Sahel Zadran just plays this. And they're looking to really push the runs on now, but ends up just being the 1. So he gets sent back by Sahel Zadran. And that brings us to the end of the 19th over. Austria are 128 for 7. So it does come down to 20th over with Austria still on 128. They're going to be really looking to try and push towards that 140 if they can, and anything more than that is a real plus. But it's going to be Sajid Liaquat to bowl out his spell here in the final over of match number 3 of this innings. This is short, and Sahel Zadran was really early on that one. Came off his arm, I think. Had to bring a dot ball, so a good start from Liaquat. He's got plenty of protection out on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And that's well bowled. They're going to try and come through, and I think he's going to be gone here. The umpire says no. So they come through safely for the single, and he gets the danger man, Javiz Zadran, on strike. As we see here, the umpire's got that one wrong, and it's, as we said, that's the first time that the umpires have really got that one wrong, as He survives there. But nonetheless, it brings David Zadran on strike. 10-4 for him, with a lot of pressure on him now to try and get to 140 now. He hits this into the offside. I don't think it's going to be two. It should just be the one. And they do so. So it's good work from the man out in the deep. That's Muslim Yardashraf once again. Brings the Zadran back on strike. And Zadran looks to go big into straight over the bowler's head, and he's hit this really well. And that's going to go all the way for a massive maximum. It's a lovely shot from Sahel Zadran. Just sits deep in his crease. It's a bit of a slot delivery from Sajid Liaquat. It goes all the way for 6 runs for Austria. They're now set on 136 with two deliveries remaining. So does Liaquat have a response, or can Zadran go again? Oh, this is given. Oh, there's going to be a misunderstanding here, and it's going to be run out off the wide ball. So David Zadran has to go. He had a good hand, 11 off of 5. So a healthy contribution in these final overs, and he sacrificed himself there. Has to run with 2 deliveries remaining. See here, certainly a wide ball. He set off already, and Sahel Zadran wasn't having any of it. He wasn't going anywhere. So, brings us to the final delivery of this innings. It's going to be Sahel Zadran on strike after hitting a huge 6 straight down the ground, and that's a big hit. But here we go, final delivery of this innings. He's hit this high into the air. It's not going to have the legs go all the way. It's going to take some catching. And he goes for the dive, but he doesn't get there, and they're going to come through. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. Correction, it's not the final delivery. There's one more to come. So, again, even closer to that 140 now. And he hits this well into the offside, but it's a drop. It's been put down by Muslim Yardashraf. And they're going to turn and try and come back for the 3rd, but they're not going to get it. So they end up getting a wicket from the final delivery of the innings. As we're just waiting to confirm, as I think they have ended up on 142. For 9 after their 20 overs. So a good innings for Austria, and they're going to be buzzing their kippers off, as some would say, and they're going to be happy with the way that they performed with the bat, and they'll feel that they've given themselves a target they can really bowl towards. They're going to have it all to do, as the German batting lineup are going to be looking to really push on, as we get to take a look at the highlights here of the first innings in match number 3. As once again we saw Hussein going big early on, as he ended up on 34 off of just 21. And we saw there's a bit of a mix-up here, and MSP had to go again, struggling a little bit with the bat early on in the tournament, as he ended up going 4 for 7. 4 off of 7 off of his 7 deliveries. But then once again, Iqbal Hussein hitting some lovely shots, 3 4s and 3 6s in his innings, but eventually given out as Dylan Blichnout got the breakthrough. And then once again, some dodgy running between the wickets. Whereas overall, I thought the running was pretty good. There were a couple of moments of craziness, as it ended up being a few big hits towards the end, as Razmal Shigawal did really well coming in at number 3, steadying the ship, preventing a middle order collapse. He ended up going for 39. This was a really good catch. He went really high in the air, but he has to go. But again, fielding once again, pretty good standards from Germany. Just dropping a couple of catches. It is a little bit windy up here, so it is swirling around once it reaches the top of its flight. But again, infield catching was really, really good as Gnisan leading from the front there. And then once again, Dylan Blichenau, well, he was really good with the ball, wasn't he? 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 22 runs for him is the pick of the bowlers. And then we saw one of the biggest hits of the tournament. And then there was a bit of a mix-up as Javier Zadran had to go. And that ended up being the penultimate wicket, as there was one more to come as they looked to push for 3 on the final delivery, but they couldn't quite come back for the 3rd. But a good hand from Zahel Sadran, and there were smiles around. I think they knew that they had to go for that 3rd, as it brought us to the end of their 20 overs. So Austria, well, they're going to be happy. 142 for 9. So we're going to take a little break here as we leave you with the scorecards. But Germany, they're going to be looking to chase that target of 143 as they take that on in the second innings of match number 3 here at the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. You're watching the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series on the European Cricket Network. welcome back to sunny Krefeld, where the Suns finally make an appearance. What could be a thriller of a match once again, as Austria, they're going to look to defend their total of 142 after their 20 overs, as Germany are going to look to try and chase this off and make it 3 from 3 in the tournament. Certainly a much improved performance from the Austrians there, as they were able to get up towards what I would say is a par score of 142. Looking around that 142, 150 mark is around par on this ground at the moment. As I said, it's a real struggle to try and hit these long boundaries. And as we saw, there was a few big hits in the previous innings, as Zadran hit a lovely lofted drive down the ground, and that's a massive hit down there, as the boundaries down there are looking towards 70-80 meters plus. A little bit of a delay as the umpires are now making their way out. Allows the Austrian team, as you can hear, might be able to just hear as they make their way out to the ground. As there's the super robot informing me of the test match score. And then there's going to be many eyes on plenty of cricket going on around the world, not just here, obviously. We've got the Czech Republic going on as well. There's cricket in Germany in the chat as well. Once again, a very warm welcome if you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or if you're watching on Fancode in India. I hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Do let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting, as it's the unchanged opening partnership of Talha Khan and Sachin Mandi at the top of the order for Germany. And you can probably pick it up. The wind is still here. It's still blowing right to left. So it's not easy for both bowlers and batsmen. It's not easy conditions here with the long grass as well, so you don't really get much rewards for your shot. But Austria, you just have to wonder how much they're going to be relying on Javid Zadran, as he ended up bowling really well in the middle overs in yesterday's game. Ended up with 3 for 28 off of his 3 overs. I have to say, it is interesting being sat where I am. I get to watch both teams prepare in their warm-ups, both in between innings and before the game. And there's a serious level of professionalism in both ranks. They both have their systems and they stick to it, which is really impressive to see, as we're almost ready to get underway here. And it looks like it's going to be Amit Nathwani, from what I can see, opening up from the Sky Exchange end. Once again for Austria. Bowled well yesterday. It's just a delay.
Here we go, boys.
So again, a little bit of a delay, as one of the groundsmen just moves one of the vehicles that's helping move things around. I think that's Omar doing a great job. Part of the DCB here in Germany, doing a great job of looking after the ground. Again, incredible facilities here at this National Performance Centre, which once was used for a professional football team's training centre. Wonder if anyone can find that one out. I'm going to try and find that one out myself as well. If anyone knows, do let me know in the chat. As looks like we're ready to get underway, and it's going to be Mandy facing up here. Good start from the Austrian Nathwani. Mandy just pushing that into the offside for a dot ball. As I see Basi Iqbal supporting the Austrians, which is really good to see. Really gives it a tweak, does Nathwani. His action's a bit of in your face all over the place. He lands it on a good area. 9 times out of 10. It's really good bowling to open up with the spin once again. This is Fuller, he's on the drive, straight to skipper Razmal Shigowal in the covers. And Austria, well, they're up for this defence, aren't they? They feel like they've got a total that's defendable here against the Germans. And have they got the wicket? I think they've got the man, and he's gone. It's a really early breakthrough as that man, Javiz Ajran, takes the catch at mid-wicket. And Mandy has to go for a duck. Doesn't go without troubling the scorers. And Germany are none for one. That's really good bowling from Nathwani, dropping it on a good length. Clearly turning it, getting a good amount of revs with the ball. As clips that into the leg side and he's caught, but it brings in number 3 earlier than he probably would have expected. Number 27 on his shirt. Number 3, Abdul Stanikzai, comes into the crease. He's not going to wait around. In a good few innings early on in the tournament in the first 2 games. Again, going to be interesting to see Abdullah Bilal with the gloves. Really impressed me yesterday.
This is our day today, boys. Our day today, Austria. Come on, boys.
You can just see Austria really up for this one. With that early breakthrough, pressure really on the Germans now. This is played into the offside, and it's going to be another dot ball. This is really good bowling from Amit Nathwani. Going to have to go again. It's going to be a dead ball. One delivery remaining. Oh, they're going to open with a wicket maiden here. There's an appeal for stumped, but it's again good work from Abdullah Bilal, but it's not going to be a maiden as he gives the wide away. He did lift his foot, but he got it down in time. So good work from Stanik Zai, but good work behind the stumps for Bilal. So as they get the wide off that delivery. So this is really good, and what you can hear is he stood pretty close to one of the microphones and out on the square leg. Hasn't stopped clapping yet. I think that might be MSP out there. I think it is. This is Fuller and Stanik Zai on the drive, just plays it into the leg side. So no runs off the bat in the first over with the 1 wide coming off it, but the big wicket of Sachin Mandi. Germany are 1 for 1 after the first over. Really good start for Amit Nathwani as the temperature's rising out in the middle. Tensions are rising as well. Bit of pressure on Germany now. Not been in this position yet. They haven't lost an early wicket in the first over, so they're going to really have to just settle in now, these two. 143 the target. And it's going to be very talented Akib Iqbal to open the bowling from the media end. Again, very, very well bowled yesterday. And Nathan Walter just helping with keeping me up to date, as England apparently chose to bowl. New Zealand are none for 64. But back to the action here. It's going to be Akib Iqbal from this media end. And it's a good start. It's clipped into the leg side. There is a man out in the deep, so he's going to cut that one off, as that's Akbar Jan does well, and it's just going to be the 2 runs. So a good start from Salah Khan as he's off the mark straight away. So Akib Iqbal just veering a little bit straight on the legs there. Bit of a loose snap for the Austrian. And goes for a big booming drive through the covers, but doesn't get this one. And Aki Iqbal coming back onto his line and length. It's a dot ball, rewarded for it. And again on the drive, this is a dot ball this time. Good areas from Akib Iqbal. And again, a lovely shot into the leg side, and he's timed this well, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Talal Khan. That eases the pressure ever so slightly. Batting outside of his crease with his trigger. It's a lovely shot, flicked into the leg side, does the left-handed batsman. And it's going to be 4 runs for Germany. Iqbal again, staying full. This is just fended back to that skipper in the covers. So there is a correction. The target is 140. They only scored 149 from their 20 overs to Austria. This is a flashing shot. And ends up finishing the over with a dot ball. So it's a good comeback from Iqbal with just the 6 coming off of his first over. And we get to take a look again at the standings. Obviously Germany 2 from 2, looking to make it 3 from 3. Austria looking to get their first points on the board. And they've set a platform to do so here, so they really look to build the pressure. This is Fuller, again on the drive, but eventually well fielded by Shigiwa. Swani building pressure again. Sunny's was looking to go aggressive there, but he just did well, and it's just going to be the 1 run eventually collected by Akib Iqbal. Going to bring the left-handed Talal Khan on strike now. He's a dangerous batsman, Talal Khan, if he gets going. He has scored 235 runs before this tournament in international T20 cricket with a half-century against Spain. There is now a slip in for the left-hander. And this is on the up, and it's well fielded by Iqbal Hossain. There's a dot ball. Again, good areas from Amit Nathwani here. And again on a good length. And Talal Khan just understanding, I think he knows that this is good bowling and there's no need to take any unnecessary risks. Plenty of gaps, and there's going to be plenty of gaps after the power play that they can rotate the strike and reach this total. Again on the drive, doesn't get this one. Collected off of his own bowling by Amit Nathwani. Again, just plays this into the offside, and he gets it through the infield. Going to be chased by Iqbal Hossain. They're going to come back comfortably for the second. So once again, a really good over from Nathwani. with just the 3 runs coming off of that over, and at the end of the third, Germany are 10 for 1. So it looks like it's going to continue to be Aki Bigbal for Austria here. He did bowl, as I've said previously, very well in that first game, as Stanley looks to go big into the leg side. It's nothing of this. Aki Bigbal, 4 overs for him in the previous game. No wickets, but 1 maiden. So really stem the flow of runs. He's going to look to try and make that breakthrough once again here. Stanley goes big, but he doesn't get all of this. It's going to be a big chase on here, and they're going to do really well. Does Momin, and he ends up saving valuable runs. And if Austria are going to defend this total, then they're going to need commitment like that in the field, as we see here. Excellent work by the Austrian. Excellent work from Willems up in the tower. Getting a good angle of that. Really good work from Sohail Momin. Saving a most certain boundary. So Stanley is looking to go aggressive in the power play. He goes big and gets a lot of this one. And this looks like it's going to run away. And it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs for Stanley and 4 runs for Germany. Aki Bigbal. Looks like they're going to really abuse the pace at the moment. This was a lovely shot, 1 bounce, and then just trickled over the boundary. Really real test of Iqbal's character now. And it's a really good comeback. Such a good comeback that he gets the wicket and he has to go. It's a great catch from Abra Bilal behind the stumps. And Stanley again looking to cut this away. But mistimes this, and it's an edge through to the keeper. And Iqbal gets the breakthrough. Germany are 16 for 2. Really, really big wicket there. So we get to take another look here. Similar kind of area, but this time plays this through. And it's a good catch from Bilal. And he's been really, really good with the gloves yesterday. And continuing to do so here. And going to bring in man once again. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him. Dylan Blichnout comes in at number 4. Again, probably earlier than he expected. With a couple of overs remaining in this power play. He's going to be on strike. Iqbal, his tail's going to be up now. Went for a couple of boundaries in his spell so far. Getting a really big wicket in Sanity's eye. I have a feeling if he comes off, then he's going to make some big runs. But the incoming batsman of Dylan Blichnout will be really, really feeling the pressure now. I'm sure he's going to feel that he's up to the challenge. We've seen him do it before. 42 off of 32 deliveries against Austria yesterday. He's in a similar position as he's coming in early for Germany. And starts straight away with a lovely drive through the offside. He's going to take some cutting off. Hussein does a bit of footwork and ends up doing the job and ends up coming through for the 3rd run. So good start for Dylan Blichnout. And I know if Corey Rutgers was watching, he won't be happy to see what he's just seen. But prevents that extra run, so no boundary. I know Corey will be preparing himself for the World Cup qualifiers later this month in Belgium with the national team of Spain. He's the left-handed Salah Khan, who's 8 off 10 at the moment. Good delivery from Iqbal, and this is just defended away. It's good from Iqbal so far. So with that one dot ball, brought us to the end of an eventful over. Boundary coming from it, and a wicket, and also a 3 in there as well. So 9 coming off of it. Brings us to the end of the 4th over. Germany are 19 for 2. Gives us an opportunity for, if you're lurking in the chat, do say hello. Let us know where you're watching from and who you think's going to come out on top here. I think we're going to be in for a serious thriller again. I certainly can't wait. Nathwani continues here. And it's a good start up against Dylan Blichnout. Looks to cut this away. This is right foot across. Doesn't get anything on this. Austria certainly up for this one. This is shorter again and gets a good bit of grip on this one. Ends up cramping him up and doesn't allow him to have enough room. But again, really good bowling this from Nathwani at the top of the order for Austria. This is driven straight to that man again. Razmal Shigewal. Splendid in the covers. And again driven, but this time evades the skipper. But it's well fielded by Hossein. It's just going to be the one rung as it brings the left-handed Khan back on strike. And again, on a really good area, and Salah Khan just looks like he's getting a little bit frustrated there. Not with his shot, but his body language after the shot was played. He really just wants to try and get him away. There's one delivery remaining. And this is going to be given a wide. Have to roll this one again. See here, good call from the umpire. MSP, he's in the slips, he's interested. And there's an edge, and even though MSP is about 6'3", 6'4", going to evade him, and it's well collected by the fielder. So they run through for the 2 runs, and that brings us to the end of the 5th, and Germany are 23 for 2. As we get to have a look at what's coming up later on this year. Plenty of cricket between here and then, but the 12th of September through to the 14th of October, we've got the European Cricket Championship, which is going to be absolutely outstanding. We've got 4 weeks and then 4 weeks of group stages, and then the championship week on the starting on the 14th of October. Obviously, England automatically qualifying after winning the tournament last year, and there's certainly going to be some surprise packages in there, some dark horses for sure. And I think it's going to be some outstanding cricket. Going to be played at Cartermat once again. And what a place that is to play cricket, having played there myself. it certainly is a joy to venture down towards Malaga. And I know that there's going to be many people looking forward to that. It's one of the flagship contests coming up later on this year. Plenty of cricket in between here and then, as it's going to be about to continue in the 6th. Lichnout just playing that into the offside for a single. As Lichnout looks like he might just have the wrong helmet on. So they're going to see which one's his and then make the adjustment. No, it's not that one either. 3rd time's a charm, maybe. And I think we've got the right one. There we go. 3rd time's a charm. Good work from the non-playing members of the German squad at the moment. Doing a good job of bringing drinks on and doing anything that is asked of them from the playing members. As Iqbal continues in again. That's a really good delivery. And well, that helmet's not going to be needed for much longer. And he has to go. That's an outstanding delivery from Iqbal. And he gets the huge breakthrough of Dylan Blichnout, who has to go. And once again, another catch for Bilal behind the stumps. And Germany, they fall to 23 for 3. A really outstanding delivery, squares him up completely. Just comes up, just pops off the crease. And they get the breakthrough as it brings the skipper now to the crease. Genisan, he could have a lot of pressure on his shoulders once again. 23 for 3. With a few deliveries remaining in the power play. And Iqbal being rewarded. 2 wickets now for him with some outstanding bowling opening up for his nation. Going to be Genisan on strike. There's just a few words of encouragement, I'm going to assume, from Abrar Bilal and Genisan. Genisan, a more than capable batsman for Germany. And this is again on the drive, but really well fielded from the skipper, Shigawal. Doesn't let this one go through. And it's going to be a dot ball. Iqbal again on the money straight away. This is really good from Austria here. Austria, 47th in the world. Germany, 35. So, the highest and the lowest ranked teams here in this game. And this is well played from Genisan, and easy gets off the mark with a dab down to 3rd man. So Genisan going to need to look to build a partnership here with Khan. Lead from the front as skipper. This is well played into the leg side. That's an outstanding delivery once again, and Bilal, for the first time this tournament, just gets this one wrong as they run through for a sneaky bye. As Iqbal finishes his 3rd over, and at the end of the power play, Germany are 25 for 3. As the temperature is just picking up. The wind's still there, but the sun's piercing through the field as it's going to be. Thwani to continue as he picks this one into the leg side, does Khan. And they come through for the single. It brings Ganisan on strike, yet to face Nathwani. Nathwani figures of 1 for 9 off of his 3.1 overs here. And he looks to get on the sweep as this is going to be given a wide down the leg side. First time Nathwani struggled with his line. But a good take again from Bilal behind the stumps. And this is just back of a length and cut straight to point. And again, fills this cleanly. So it's another dot ball. Pressure building here on Germany. This is short. There's a man out there, but I don't think he's going to get there. And he has a really good attempt from Amin. And I think Austria know they're going to need to take wickets here with every opportunity, but that was a really difficult chance. But he gave it his best. It wasn't quite enough. We get to take another look, and it was really, really good work from Amin. But unfortunately, doesn't quite take the catch, Keeney. But it brings Khan on strike. And this is well played into the offside. And again, well fielded by, I believe that is Sahel Zadran, doing the good job out in the field. You see there at this stage, Austria 45 for 2. So they're ahead at the moment. And then this is played to Hussein. He does well. And he just come through for the single. And again, Nathwani back of a length. This is just clipped into the leg side. It should just be the 1 run. So again, a really good over and a great spell from Amit Nathwani. Off of his 4 overs, conceding just the 13 runs and getting the wicket as well. So really, really good from him. And Austria, at this point, were 47 for 2. So they'll certainly feel that they're ahead at this moment in time. So there's a few big hits as well towards the end for Austria. They just need to keep building this pressure on as we're now outside of the power play. And it's going to be Aki Bigbout to continue his spell and bowl his final over here. 2 for 16 off 3 overs for him so far. Can he take one more with him? Really get into the middle order now. It's a big swing from Ganisan, who looks to go on the drive, but gets nothing on this one. And Iqbal won't mind this. He's got protection there, and if he manages to pierce it through the infield, well, you sort of have to turn around and go, well, that's a really good shot. This is back in the length and just fending back to the bowler. This is good bowling from Aki Bigbout once again. Really proving himself here for the Austrian national team. Back in the length and pulled, and there's a man out in the deep. And it's just going to be 1 run. So this is again excellent bowling from Aki Bigbout. As it brings Talak Khan on strike, 12 off 18 for him. Just the 1 boundary. And again, just played. There's an early call of 2. And they turn it down. So good work from the man out in the deep. I think that is Abdullah Akbarjan. Doing a good work on the boundary. And keeps this to just the 1 run. Gnissan looks to go big, but there's a man out there, and he's picked him out, and Iqbal gets another. And it's the captain that has to go, trying to accelerate this, and he just looks like he's digging themselves back into the hole. And Germany, they now fall to 32 for 4. As we get to take another look here, Iqbal sticking to his line and length. It was a little bit of a slot delivery, but mistimes this completely does Gnissan. And he's going to have to go. As Iqbal picks up another, his third. Brings the new man to the crease. He can certainly hit a long ball. Rahimzai. A lot of pressure on these two batsmen now. Talha Khan just watching batsmen fall away at the opposite end. It's going to be the new man on strike. Iqbal with one delivery remaining in his spell here in match number 3. And it's going to be Shakur Rahimzai on strike. And that's well fended out from Rahimzai. And it brings an end to, again, another outstanding spell from Aqib Iqbal. After his 4 overs, he ends up with figures of 3 for 18. Outstanding stuff from him. And that brings us to the end of the 8th over. Germany are 32 for 4. As we get to have another look at the batting scorecard for Germany. Facing a handful of balls and then seem to be getting out a little bit cheaply, all being caught. The only one I'd say that was slightly unpreventable was Dylan Blichnaut, who got an absolute peach of a delivery. There's not much you can do about those ones. It just pops off the service. There isn't much you can do. As there's a substitution, as it looks like it's going to be Iqbal Hussain coming off. Looks like he might have just carried a bit of an injury. As it brings on the all-vocal Mahar Chima into the field. As Hussain just hobbles off towards me. He's going to be looked at by the physio. As he goes down, he's holding his groin area by the looks of it. So hopefully he's okay. As if he picks up a serious injury, it's a big miss at the top of the order for Austria. But nonetheless, still a game going on here. Is it going to be a change one? It looks like it's going to be Abdullah Akbarjan at the Sky Exchange end. It's a good start from Akbarjan. This is just played into the offside for a single from Talha Khan. As it brings Shakur Rahimzai on strike. He finds a bit of an outside edge here. It's just played into the offside for a single. And these singles can be really crucial for Germany if they're going to get anything up towards that target. Brings the left-handed Khan back on strike. Flicks this off his legs. And there's an early call, and it's the man that does the work. Hassan Mirza. Keeps it just the one. So good running in the middle by these two at the moment. You feel that these two are really have to build a partnership here. And I'm just looking to see who could be in next for Germany, there's a few with their pads on. Walter Bear is one of them. That's well bowled by Akbarjan. Just comes in off the angle. And it's a dot ball. That's just played into the leg side for no runs. And looks to go big, but there's a man out there. And he's picked him out, and it's MSP. So Rahimzai unable to really get going here, and he has to go for just one. And Germany, they now fall to 35 for 5. And you feel that that's another huge, huge wicket. As Rahimzai, more than capable of hitting a long ball. Just didn't get any of this, and it's that man, MSP, takes it cleanly. And he gets congratulated by all of his team, as it now brings the new man, Walter Bear, to the crease. 35 for 5. And Austria are going to feel like they're seriously on top now. As he walks to the crease and meets his partner, Talal Khan, who's just quietly going about things. 15 off of 21 for him now. And you can just hear how pumped they are out in the middle. A lot of noise from everyone. And once again, that man, Mahachima, who's been in my right ear for the first 7 overs of this game. Very loud on the bench. Now being loud out in the middle, as it's Walter Bear on strike. To Arpajan with his final delivery of this over. This is upish. It's well fielded by the 12th man, Mihad Chima, and it brings us to the end of the 9th over. Germany are 35 for 5. Arpajan 1 for 3 off of his first over. Incredible from him, the left arm orthodox. Not really tweaking it much is the bowler. You see here the openers, Nathwani and Iqbal being bowled out with some serious stats from them. 4 overs, 13 for 1 off of Nathwani, and 4 overs, 18 for 3 off of Aki Iqbal. And we're going to see it spin from the media end now, as it's going to be Sahil Momin to bring his left arm orthodox into the attack. As Iqbal just stands to the right of me at long off. He's got to be pretty happy with himself. Gives me a bit of a smile. Still a lot of work to do though. Germany's pressure's on them now. And that's a good start from Amin, right on the money straight away. And they're going to come through for the second. So good running from these two, who feel if Germany can have any chance of spinning this one through and making it go deep into the final overs of the game and getting close to this target, they just need to keep in at the moment. 37 for 5 now. This is darted in, and this is hit really well from Talal Khan, who is undoubtedly a really talented batsman. And he leaps on this, sees this drop short very early, and rotates back onto his back foot and pulls this into the leg side. 1 bounce, 4 runs for Germany. So, I mean, getting dispatched for a well-welcomed for the Germans. Looks to get inventive, but this is really good work from Abdar Bilal, and it's not easy when you've got a batsman moving all around his crease, as we see here. And Bilal just trusting his instincts. He's a very well-established bowler, wicket keeper, and Just manages to keep his eye on the ball and does really well. As this is driven to Aki Bigbal, he's going to drive his way through, and they're going to come back for the second, and they end up doing so well. Volterberg, quick between the wickets, very tall man, so it's pretty easy for him. It only takes a couple of strides to get through. See here, with a bit of a more accurate throw, but he was running in at some serious momentum. Would have been close. They end up coming back for the 2, and this is a good over for Germany so far. And once again, hit to Aki Bigbal, but I don't think this is going to be another 2, as this is well played. Almost hit too well, and they come through for the single. Volterberg just facing the 1 delivery so far. Yeah, to get off the mark. With 9 coming off of this over so far. This is well played by Bear, and they come through for the single really quickly. This is good running again. It's a good end, good over for Germany. 10 coming off of it, and after 10 overs, Germany are 45 for 5. And it gives me an opportunity to say a very warm welcome. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're enjoying the cricket going on so far. And what a game we've got in store, Germany. 45 for 5. Certainly not out of this game. These 2 can certainly bat. And if they're going to get anywhere close, you do feel that Talal Khan has really got to stick in there and dig deep and get his nation through and across the line. But if you're on the YouTube chat, I hope you're all doing well. If you've got any questions or any points, do get involved in the YouTube chat. There's been some good discussions over the last couple of days, and I've certainly really enjoyed it. And if you are watching on Fan Code in India as well, hope you're all doing well. As we're almost ready to get back to the action here. But again, incredible stuff going on at the moment. And we're certainly looking forward to an outstanding finish to this game. So that's a really good start from Akbarjan. This is driven from the Bear, as this is just going to be the 1 run. Matthew Edmondson, the Bear, is going to win this for Germany. And these, you do feel that these 2 have got to stick around if they're going to get close to this target and make a game of it. And this is cut really well, and it's a lovely shot from Talal Khan. I don't think this is going to go all the way. And it does in the end. It trickles over the boundary. So another welcome boundary for Germany. Talal Khan accelerating now. A lovely cut shot through the infield and just trickles over for the boundary. So Khan moves on to 28 now. 92 required off of 57 deliveries. And he's on the drive and picks out the skipper in the covers, so it's going to be a dot ball. So a good comeback from Akbarjan. And again, flicked into the leg side. Should just be the 1. As it's eventually picked up by Momin and does well. It's just the 1 it gets Volterberg on strike. And this is hit well into the offside from Volterberg. And there's early calls of 2. He could be close here. And the pressure has got to him, and he's made a mistake, and he's going to have to go. And you can see he's absolutely distraught with himself. Turning to go for that second run. And he's going to have to go. Great work in the field. And this pressure just proving almost a little bit too much for the Germans as he has to go. we see here, he turned to go and he was running off and he gets turned away from Salah Khan. And he's going to have to go. It's a huge wicket for Austria and Germany. Well, they're now 51 for 6. Huge wicket that in the context of this game. And this victory, if Austria can get this over the line, it's going to really stir things up in the standings. As James Stewart saying good day. Hope you're doing well, James. Hope you're enjoying some really impressive international T20 cricket here at the moment in Krefeld. Absolute pleasure to bring you the comms on this tournament. We're in for an exciting day once again of cricket. This is a good shot. It's misfielded by the skipper, a rare misfield. Sajid Laka gets off strike, off the mark as well. Brings Salah Khan on strike, 29 off of 29, going at runnable at the moment. Do just feel that he is going to need to stay in if Germany have got any chance of getting to this total. 89 required off of 53 now. And this is short, and he's hit this well, but there is a man out there. He's going to cut that off, and he does really well. And it's just the one. So good work from Austria in the field so far. This is Fuller, and this is swatted into the leg side. It's going to be another single. So Sajid Liaquat doing his best to get Khan on strike. That run rate creeping up now to 10.23 and over so far. That's a really good delivery from Amin, who does really well. It's good bowling from him so far. Got a little bit of tap off of Khan in his first over. Doing well here, and this is Fuller, and Khan hits this well. It's going to take some cutting off, and Iqbal does really, really well. Comes round, and he's quick off his mark and does well, and prevents a boundary, so saves 3 runs there. Took the long way around though, did Iqbal, but he got there eventually. And yeah, Cat just pushing this through, and MSP manages to get a hand on it and does well. It's a good dive from him. That brings us to the end of the over, and after 12, Germany are 57 for 6. And you can see there what this game really could do is Austria, if they can pick up a victory here, can really help their net run rate and provide them with their first points on the board as well. So this is really crucial for them at this point. And Sweden are going to be certainly watching on as they take them on later on at about 4 o'clock local time. And it's almost getting to a point where I might be able to take my jacket off. It's not, the wind's died down a little bit. The sun's peeping through. Not yet, though. And Liaquat looking to go big into the leg side, but doesn't get any of this, and it's just going to be the one run to Mark Simpson-Parker at long on. As it brings Salah Khan, 31 off 32 now. And they're still behind the run rate, because you can see there Austria 81 for 3 at this stage. Looks to get inventive with the reverse sweep. Hits it well, but finds the man. Picks him out straight away, and it's a dot ball. So it's a good shot for Nunn. And looks to go big into the leg side. And he's gone. Looking to accelerate was Talab Khan. He's been the anchor of this German innings, but he's going to have to go. It's a good catch out in the deep. I think that's Mamin, who's deserved that after a good sped of bowling. And Germany now fall to 58 for 7. We get to take another look here. Looking to go big into the leg side. Goes for the sweep. Again, there is a little bit of wind picking up again, so it might have been hitting out into the wind, but it's a really good catch. Sets himself, gets round, as Talab Khan has to go for 31. As it brings the new man, Muslim Yardashtaf, into the crease. And you just think that that might be the nail in the coffin now for Germany. Austria just need to keep doing what they're doing. They're doing the basics right and letting the rest sort itself out, which is what they need to do at this level. If you can do those basics right, the rest will all come. Zakbarjan, that's his second wicket now. And this is well played, but well fielded by Javid Zadran. He's not really been needed yet, but I'm sure we'll see him with the ball soon. And you just feel that his extra pace might just break through as we make our way into the tail. Well, that's really good bit of work from Abdar Bilal. It's an outstanding take as that was squeezed through the bat and pad, and he manages to keep his eye on the ball. Really good footwork and glove work. Outstanding from Bilal. Akbarjan proving to be a really effective bowler in those middle overs so far in this match. Drives this into the offside, but it's well worked again. And that brings us to the end of the 13th over, and Germany is struggling along at 58 for 7. So, Liaquat and Ashraf at the crease. Ashraf yet to face a delivery. It's going to be Shahil Mamoon to continue. 9 for 15 off of his 2 overs so far. As he takes his mark from the umpire, does Ashraf. So it's going to be Shahil Mamin to continue here in the 14th over. And this is just going to be played back to the bowler. Shot this well, did a very tall Muslim Yardashtaf. This time manages to squeeze it through, and they'll come through for a single. And hits this well again, but straight to the fielder. And you just feel that this pressure might lead to an opportunity here, as you can just see the frustration coming into the Germans now. And again, hits this well. I think he's quite split the gap, and he doesn't. It's good work by Sahel-Zidane, and they come through for the second very comfortably. And this is through the bowler, and again, they're just going to be 1 run. So ticking along here. And they need more than just 1s and 2s. They need boundaries if they're going to get close to this total. And he's hit this well. Going to take some cutting off. I think he's going to get round there, though, and he does well. That's Javid Zadran. And then they come through for the second run. A good shot from Ashraf, though. And that brings us to the end of the 14th over, and Germany are 64 for 7. As we see that, only the one player getting into double figures, and that's Talar Khan, and he eventually had to go. So Germany just proving that they're not really paying off with the bat so far. Their bowling and fielding has been exceptional, it has to be said. But batting not backing up, and this is just going to be squirted for a single. And it's going to be MSP to come and collect. And this is, he looked to almost scoop this into the leg side, but doesn't get away with it. And it's another dot ball. So good bowling this from Akbarjan. And here comes the opportunity, but I think he's going to fall safe, as it's going to be Iqbal who comes around and does a field and collects it. It's just going to be 2 runs to the total. There's a bit of a change as the deep point comes around to sort of a deep cover. This is Fuller, and there's going to be an opportunity here, but it's going to fall safe again. So Ashraf teasing the Austrians at the moment. There goes big into the leg side. Another opportunity for MSP. I don't think he's going to get there. And the German batsmen are really teasing the Austrians at the moment. And gets a hold of this one. I think this is going to go all the way. And it does. It's a big, big 6 from Ashraf. And they're going to need a few more of those if they're going to get near this total. Just sits back in his crease and dispatches this over the tall MSP. 6 runs for Germany. And that big, big shot brings us to the end of the 15th over. And Germany are 75 for 7. As we get to have a look at the rest of the schedule for this tournament here in Germany. So obviously in match number 3 at the moment between Austria and Germany. Then we have a really interesting match between Sweden and Austria in match number 4. And that's going to be around 4 o'clock later on today. Then we also have the same game once again, Austria versus Sweden. And then to finish off, we've got Sweden versus Germany. And the all-important final on the Sunday. So don't forget about that one. Do subscribe to the YouTube channel. And to ensure that you never miss a live stream, as you can see in the background, the head men at the DCB, Brian Mantle, just giving an example of an action possibly. An outstanding job as Brian. He's here very early in the morning each day, ensuring that everything runs smoothly. Amin continues here, and this is a lovely shot. It's got to be probably shot of the day so far. And Learcat goes big into the offside, and that's going to be another maximum. 6 runs for Germany. Mim, bit of a slot delivery, too full. And he's not going to miss out at this level. He has been dispatched over deep cover. He goes for 6 runs, as they're just going to struggle to find the ball here. As I say that, they've managed to find it, and we're ready to go again. But they're going to need some more of these. It's now 61 off of 28 required. 13 runs and over now. Looks to go big, but he's not got all of this. It's going to take some catching, and he takes it safely. So goes for 1 shot too many after a lovely shot down towards cover. Goes for a big shot, more into the wind as the wind changes direction, and he has to go. It's a good catch down at long off by Sahel Zadran, but Learcat has to go for 15 in Germany. They're now 81 for 8. You can just see with that replay there how much this means to the Austrians here. Almost certain on for a victory here. A well-earned victory as well if they can get this over the line, but you just never know. International T20 cricket's full of surprises, and you always see surprises here on the European Cricket Network for sure. And it brings the new man with 99 on his back, Rasul Ahmadi, to the crease. Haven't seen him with the bat yet. Ashar continues here, hits this well, straight down the ground. Again to Ladran. He does well, and it's just going to be the 1 run. As it brings the new man, Ahmadi, on strike to face his first delivery. It's just an issue with the shoelaces. And good to see, even though in these fierce competitions, good level of sportsmanship, which is really positive to see. Amin continues here, up against Ahmadi. He does well and just flicks this into the leg side for the 1 run, as it's collected by Aki Iqbal. And Amir Javed saying, well done Austria. Not over yet. They're going to feel pretty comfortable at this stage, aren't they? As the wind just picking up once again. It's going to be a dead ball. False start. I'm going to have to try this one again. And there's a chance here, but I think it's going to carry. And Iqbal collects this one, and it's just going to be another dot ball. And that single correction brings us to the end of the 16th over, and Germany are 84 for 8. We get to take a look here at the bowlers at the moment. Really good in the middle overs from these two. And we're going to see the man who's just taken a very good catch. So Helzadran going to get an opportunity with the ball now. And I'm sure from the other end we'll probably see Javid's a drawn. So, now Duran into the attack. And he's just teasing us. He's going to have to give that one another go. And this is flicked, and he's timed this well, has Muslim Ashraf, as this one is clipped off the legs for 4 runs. Showing a bit of promise, bit of fight down in the lower order. Clips this full toss off his legs, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Does Sajran have a response? It's Fuller. It's a good Yorker length, and this is just pushed into the leg side. Should just be 1, and is. It's well fielded by MSP down at long on. So Germany now 89 for 8 with 3.4 overs remaining now. That total looking like it's going to be too much for the Germans here. This is hit into the offside by Rasul Ahmadi, and it's just clipped off the pitch. It's the first time we've seen that. And the wicketkeeper Milal doesn't really know what's happened there, but it doesn't cost him any runs. It's just going to be the 1 run as it brings Ashraf back in on strike. 19 off 11 for him so far. Looking dangerous with the bat. Bowled well with the ball as well. Promising for Germany. And again, doesn't quite get all of this, but it should just be the 1 run, and is. It's well fielded again. That man, he's everywhere. Iqbal. Bowled well for his figures off of his 4 overs, didn't he? And it goes for the big shot. Doesn't get anything on this, and it's another dot ball. So it's a good comeback this, after being hit for a lovely boundary. This is a good comeback from Zadran. And similar length again. This is a really good spell of bowling. It's a good way to finish the over with the 1 boundary and 3 runs coming off it. So 7 off of the over, and after 17, Germany are 91 for 8. And if I look to my right, the German dugout just looking a little bit mellow, not really sure where it's gone wrong, and their batting just again being the issue at the moment. But it has to be said, there's been some really, really good bowling from Austria. As we are now going to see that man, Javid Zadran. He looks like he's going to get 2 overs, doesn't he? Unless he can pick up the final 2 wickets needed here in his over. It'll be interesting to see him from this angle. This is a good start. It's eventually collected by the wicketkeeper, as that one's going to hurt, as that one's come right off just above the padding of the pad. Wow, this is a really good shot again from Yard Ashraf, and that's going to run away. It's going to be another boundary. So Yard Ashraf moves on to 24 now. And he's going to, I think he's probably going to be sitting there saying, look, get me up the order. This is what I can do. Batted really well for his 24 runs so far. So, Zadran getting a little bit wrong, but a bit too wide and short. And just might be in his head a little bit as he's just struggling here. Has to start that one again. And this is another lovely shot from Ashraf. This is really, really good batting from Muslim Ashraf. And Zadran just struggling with his lengths at this point. 2 boundaries now in this over so far. Surely they're not going to do the unthinkable, the unimaginable. Ashraf moves to 28 for 15 now. Goes big and it's evades the diving 12th man of Mihad Chima. It's a really good attempt, but they're going to come back for the 2. So again, good over so far, 10 off of it. Need a few more boundaries though. Do Germany. It's a good comeback from Zadran. This is the effort ball. It's a really good short delivery. I think it's a really good bounce up from the Austrian. This is a slower ball. He's hit this. I don't think he's got all of this. It's Zadran under it. And he takes it. It's a really good catch. So Jaweed Zadran gets the wicket and the danger man goes. Muslim Ashraf, he has to go for 30. It's a really good bit of batting from him. He's done really, really well. Showed a bit of fight down the end of the order. But he has to go, trying to go big again. Just see that bat twizzling in his hands. It's a really good catch again at long off for Zadran. He has to go. So now Germany 101 for 9 at the end of 18. Two overs remaining then as Vishnu Bharati comes into the crease, number 11. 10-11 batting together now. With 41 needed off of the last 2 overs. Austria, well, they can be really proud of the way they've gone about things. The game's not over yet, but everything they've done seems to have turned to gold here today. Batted really well, and they've been really solid in the field, taken most opportunities. It's going to be Rasul Amadi on strike. Correction, it's actually going to be Bharati, and he just fends this into the offside. It's a good first shot to get off the mark. As the Zadran continues from the Sky Exchange end. It's a nice shot from Amadi into the offside. It's just going to be the 1 run. So 1 wicket needed now for Austria. It's a good delivery from Sahel Zadran. Looking for that outside edge, isn't he? And I'm sure Abrar Bilal, the wicketkeeper, would be ready for it. Good work from the bowler here. Looks to go big, and there's a man under it, and they take it, and that's the game for Austria. And that's a really, really, really good, astonishing victory for them. Handshakes all round in the dugout, and they're really proud of the way that they've gone about things here. They take points off of Germany, who are set 12 places above them in the ICC rankings. So in terms of the rankings, it's a big upset by the Austrians, and there's no doubt that they're going to be feeling extremely proud of themselves. Did everything right with the bat and with the ball, and also in the field. And Germany just really struggling with the bat. Only 3 batsmen getting into double figures, and that's not enough at this level. They're going to look to really push on here. But nonetheless, outstanding job by Austria as they finish, and they beat Germany by 38 runs here in match number 3 of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. Outstanding first game here of day number 2, as the Germans just look a little bit defeated there to the right of me. And they're going to be asking questions of themselves of what went wrong and how can they improve. But again, handshakes all round. Germany, they're surely going to come back strong again tomorrow, as we get to take a look at the highlights of the final innings here in this game. A really good start. Again, it has to be said, bowlers doing the job for Austria. Some great wicket keeping as well, really good catch. And this delivery to remove the dangerous Dylan Blichnout is outstanding bowling from Iqbal, and outstanding bowlers from all of the Austrian bowlers, with outstanding figures all over the board. Amit Nathwani, 4 overs, 1 wicket for just the 13 runs off of his spell. Aqib Iqbal, 3 wickets for 18. Ahmadinejad as well, don't forget about him, 2 wickets for 22 off of his 4 overs. And again, you can just see here the pressure building and ending up being too much. It's ended up with some mishaps in the middle. But Austria doing the job here in game number 3 on the first game here today. A bit of a flurry of boundaries towards the end with some really good hitting from Muslim Ashraf coming in at number 9. With some lovely, lovely shots over the infield, going for 4 and then also going all the way for 6 runs. So outstanding job from him. He's going to be saying, get me up there, get me up the top, in the middle of the order. Number 9's too low. And this was the final one to go. Good catch from Amin. And eventually, you can see there the elation on the Austrians' faces. And what a great first game we've had here on day number 2 of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. We're going to be back in about an hour and 20 minutes. So a nice long break, but don't go anywhere. Or if you do return, as we've got an outstanding game coming up. Match number 4, we're going to see Sweden take on Austria. So enjoy the break. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and you've been watching this Sky Exchange German Tri-Series here on the European Cricket Network. And a warm welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. As you can see on your screen now, some lovely, lovely pictures of the National Performance Centre here as we make our way into match number 4, as we get to appreciate the astounding work done by the crew at Spring Productions, led by Martins, as you saw there, along with Willems and Karina doing a great job here in Germany. As we get to take a look at match number 4, we've got Sweden going up against Austria. Sweden won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first, putting the Austrians into bat once again. However, as you can see on your screens, Austria are missing one of their main batsmen, Iqbal Hussain. We saw him go off injured in the previous game up against Germany, and he has actually pulled out of this game. So he comes out of the team, which allows 12th man Mehar Chima come into the playing 11. And Sweden, you can see there, well, the one man that's missing out for them is Tash Qureshi, who opened the bowling yesterday. It looked pretty sharp for me. As we take a look at what the supercomputer thinks is going to happen in this game, bat versus ball here in the Sky Exchange Germany T20 Tri-Series here, as you can see. Computer thinking that it looks like Austria and Sweden are going to have a really tight game here, as you can see. Average runs for Austria, 152. And the average runs against only 132. So they're putting Austria ahead. If you look at the expected score, that puts Sweden ahead. So again, you can just see it's going to be a really tight game here, as obviously Hussain dropping out of the playing 11 for Austria means that there's an empty spot up the top of the order, which allows Hilmar Min to come into that opening slot, and he's got some boots to fill, hasn't he? As Iqbal Hussain, he's had 2 scores in the 30s in not a lot of time, as he's really been a key part of Austria's opening partnership. Obviously, MSP Mark Simpson-Parker just struggling ever so slightly, as he's been on the non-strikers end most of the time, as Hussain has been farming the strike, but doing so successfully. And you can just see there, that new opening partnership. A lot of pressure on these two, but they're Austria. They're going to be up for this one once again after taking their first victory. A really convincing victory against the Germans. Germany, well, they didn't stay long. They had their lunch after the game, and they've gone back to the hotel, and I'm sure that they're going to be having some interesting team meetings between coaches and captains and all the background staff. As you see there, and I've been told to tell you, as you can see, Milan Boshov does in fact own inners. I went to grab some food in between the games, and he's pulled me aside and he's gone, I do have inners, look, trust me, I do wear them. Apparently they would just, because they're quite large, they were coming off as he would pull his gloves off when he ran away towards a ball. So good to see that. You can see on your screen there, Zakir Takawi is going to be opening the bowling, and what a good day out he had with the ball yesterday. 2 for 17 off of just 3.4 overs up against Germany. Again, coming out second best in that match against Germany yesterday, but many positives come out of it, and one of them was this man on your screen. Only 21 years of age. He's going to be really looking to impress once again. Gives me a quick opportunity. If you're watching on our YouTube live chat, do get involved on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. Hope you're all having a lovely afternoon, evening or morning, wherever you are. And also a good evening to those in India watching on Fan Code. We're all as excited as I am for what is set to be an exciting encounter as we're ready to get underway in match number 4 here in Germany. And this is a good start. Back of a length. Plays this into the leg side, but it's straight to the fielder. It's going to be a dot ball to start. If you are in the chat, do say hello throughout the next couple of hours. And again, this is Fuller, this time flicked into the leg side. And it gets off the mark, does Amin, after being placed up higher in the order. Obviously, Hussain dropping out with that injury. Hopefully, it's not too much of a serious injury, and we get to see him back in action tomorrow. But again, you can see on your screens now, the sun is out. Certainly a lot warmer out there. And good to see the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld looking as beautiful as ever. The branding of Sky Exchange all around. It really is lovely to see. Benedict Chambers saying unlurk time. So I hope you're doing well, Benedict, and enjoying the cricket. Obviously not cricket just here, obviously got the Czech Republic as well. And this is a good shot from MSP, but well fielded off his own bowling from Zakir Takawi. This is short and wide, and he looks to get this on the cut. But it's a good take from Boshov. And again, short. Just pulls this in front of square, and it's going to be collected by the man at long on. And that is their field at the moment. So you've got a man at long on, and there was a man at cow, I believe. Or at least deep square leg. This is a good over so far from Zakawi, just the 2 runs coming off of it. And Emily once again playing this. It could be close here. It's a bullet of an arm from not very far away. Didn't give the keeper much of an opportunity or a chance to play that cleanly. But again, you see here, Boshov not really given much of an opportunity. Don't have much of an idea of where that went, but a good start for Sweden. Just the 3 runs coming off the first over. Austria, 3 for no loss. So interestingly, as I look to my right, obviously that injury, meaning that there's going to be a shuffle around with the order. So it looks to me that skipper Shigawa going to continue coming in at 3 after a good day with the bat earlier on today. 39 off of 35, doing a good job just steadying the ship after losing early wickets and ending up. Could have technically been classed as a match-winning innings for sure. It's a good first over for Takawi. As I think this is going to be Lamar Mamon from the Sky Exchange end. Very attacking field, and we saw this yesterday, didn't we, from the Swedes. They're not scared to have an attacking field. They trust their bowlers, even though they did eventually lose to Germany yesterday. They did really well to take Germany deep into the final overs of the game. In fact, it was the 18th over that Germany eventually ticked the final runs off. Oman going to be looking to impress once again. This is a good shot from Amin, and they do end up coming back for the 2 pretty comfortably. So good start to the second over for Austria. This is Fuller and towards the leg side. And they come through for a single as it's hit to the man on the angle. He does well, but again, good running from these 2. MSP does only takes him a few strides to get through to the crease. We get to take another look here. Would have been gone if it was a direct hit. But good work nonetheless from the Austrian batsman to come through for the single. The change at the top means it's going to be a right-hand, left-hand combination, which is never easy for a fielding side. Just makes life 10 times harder having to constantly change around. I'm getting a good angle here, as that was a wide, but it looked like it was coming in slightly off his angle, which is going to be interesting to see as MSP is going to look to finally get a score on the board, just struggling ever so slightly early on in this tournament. And those eagle-eyed viewers would have seen that there was a trademark Maximo earlier on. Wow, MSP this time looks at the pitch and just wonders how this one hasn't got up. He's a tall man, but he has to go. MSP again, not getting a score. Goes in the single digits, he has to go for 1. Austria are 7 for 1. really good delivery from Lemar Mamand, as we just see here. Just didn't get up, did it? It just hit what maybe found a dead spot in the pitch. Stayed very low and clips the top of off. And you can just see there, MSP just looking to question as to how that stayed so low, but he has to go. He brings in the skipper now, Razmal Shigewal, coming in at number 3. As previously mentioned, off the back of a decent score against Germany, 39 off 35. Coming in earlier than he would have liked, but he's in now. He's got a job to do with the bat. Well, just to the right, MSP still saying he doesn't understand how it stayed so low. He's not infuriated with himself, he's just a bit frustrated with what's happened, but brings Shiggy out. A really good delivery from Lemar Mamand this one. Getting it up there and allowing the ball to do the movement and the talking. This one swinging a fair distance. It's never easy facing a left arm quickie early on when the ball's moving. So Lemar Mamand is really a key ingredient to Sweden's success here. And he goes for the big shot. Oh, and he went with the one-handed attempt. But I don't think this has got the legs to go all the way, so they should come back for 3. They do take the third on, and they get back comfortably in the end. So that drop, you do just wonder how costly that could be. Take another look here. Just wonder if the dive was on there, but nonetheless it goes and that's 3 runs to the total. It brings Momin on to face now. It's an outstanding delivery from Lemar Mamand, whose tail is certainly up here. Dropping it in the right area, letting the ball do the work. Bit of a way swing this time. Great delivery once again. Brings us to the end of the second over, and Austria are 10 for 1. As we get to see here what that victory did do to the table. So not really much change. Austria going into second place, but really doing their net run rate a considerable hand. And another victory here would really put them into the challenge for the final. Sweden, they're going to be looking, and they'll feel that this is a game where they're going to be able to get a victory here. As we're going to see a change at the top here. As I know that there's many people switching to and from the cricket from here in Krefeld and also up in the Czech Republic. As I know that Czech Republic international Dylan Stein is playing at the moment. This is a good start, and this is just going to be squared into the leg side for a single. I think it's going to be given leg byes, and it is. As it's leads ahead at this immediate end. And it's going to be Mim on strike now. This is Fuller, it's a lovely drive, but well stopped. And that's by that man again, Liam Carlson. He's been excellent in the field and was excellent in the field yesterday. Took a really nice catch out in the deep. A little bit too full from Khalid Zahid. A good start here. There's a better length. Just pushes this one a little bit wider. So it's another dot ball. This is good from Zahid so far. And this time it is a wide. And it's eventually picked up by the keeper. Just pushing too wide this time was Zahid. And this time it's cut away and it's gone through the infield. I don't think it's got the legs to go all the way as it's chased down by Carlson. And it's just the 2 runs to the total. Just having a few technical issues trying to get connected to the chat. So if you've asked any questions, as that's landing on a good area, and it's a good lead from Amin. A good delivery from Khalid Zahid. You are putting something in the chat, just having a few connection issues. So I'll try and answer your questions as soon as I can. This is again back of a length and just pushed into the offside. Looking for a single but turned away by his skipper. And that's a really good over from Khalid Zahid, and at the end of the third, Austria are 14 for 1. So it's going to be Maman to continue from that Sky Exchange end. With the skipper on strike. This is pushed wide and he gets a license to go for it. He pushes this into the offside and it's really good work from the man out in the deep. They should come back for the third and they do, but he certainly saves a run. It's really good work out in the deep from that man on your screen. Get to take another look here. Never gives up the chase and does really, really well. Good standards again early on here from Sweden. This is Fuller. And just pushed into the offside for a dot ball. And this is just pushed into the leg side. And they're going to come through for a single, as it looks like I've reconnected. And Benedict Chamber just saying slow outfield question mark. And it is a little bit slow out there. The grass is a little bit long and a bit spongy, so it just doesn't, you don't quite get value for shots if you play them along the ground. We've certainly seen some big hitting in the first 3 matches here. in Krefeld. And Maman continues, and it's a nice drive from Shigewal. No success. As there's just a bit of a change in field as long mid-on correction goes back to a long on, and third man comes up into the circle. But I don't think it's going to matter, as this one is going to fly away. I think it might plug, or is it going to trickle over the boundary? And it is, so it's a welcome boundary for the Austrians, and Shigu out with a classy shot over the leg side with the on drive. Just flicks this over the infield and it runs away. So 4 runs to the total, 4 runs for Austria. Shigu out, just making the most of a bit of extra pace from Maman here. Austria will know that it's crucial that they really keep going here and use the momentum from the previous game. Gonna go again here. You just think, is he going to go for another one with 1 delivery remaining left in this over? He just pulls out this time, so it's going to be a dead ball, as signalled by umpire Mark Jameson alongside Vinay Malhotra on the field for this game, and third umpire is Sunil Gowda. And it's going to be a wide ball down the leg side, going for the shorter option. There is a man out there, and it's that man again, Liam Carlson, out on the deep backward square leg boundary. So, we have to bowl this one again, is Liman Mamon. It's in a good area. This is just fended back to the bowler. So a good end to the over eventually. But a boundary coming from it. And after 4, Austria are 23 for 1. You see that on your screens. Beautiful, beautiful outfield here. It's great facilities here at the National Performance Centre in Krefeld. As there's just a discussion between umpires and one of the Swedish players. There's just an issue, I think it's with his, not too sure what's happened here. Might be an injury as he comes off. I'll find out who that is coming on. Here's the replacement. It might be an injury, which isn't good, as he sort of, I think he hobbles off here, and I think that is Liman Mamon. Maman, correction, coming off. Could be a real miss for the Swedes in the field. It's going to be Zahid to continue here. I mean, looking for a big drive into the offside. It wasn't really, it was almost back of a leg delivery. Good start at this again from Khalid. And again, this on the cut, and he's hit this well, and this one will go run away over the boundary. It's going to be a well-welcomed 4 runs for Austria again. Lovely shot from Amin. He's just batting outside of his crease here. He plays this late. Splashes through the infield, and it runs away. 4 runs for Austria. On the drive this time. It's well stopped by the man in the covers. It's good work from him as they come through for the single. So it's a good comeback from Khalid Zahid. Oh, big inside edge from the skipper Shigiwa, looking to go big over the offside. Gets it all wrong, but again, really good running from the Austrian batsmen as they run that first one hard and they come through for the second. This one almost turning him inside out a little bit. Nearly squares him up. Plays this well into the leg side for a dot ball. This is Fuller, and again just fended into the leg side for a single. And that brings us to the end of the 5th. Austria are 30 for 1 wicket. As we get to see here, bit of advertisement for our new TikTok account at the European Cricket Network, where you can certainly see some interesting highlights and funny moments. As I'm sure there are many people out there wanting to see more and more content. Do follow us on there. Don't forget to follow us on all of our social media accounts as well. Again, I've certainly spent a few hours on TikTok over the last couple of years. Good to see cricket being broadcasted on more and more platforms. Once again, do follow us over on TikTok if you haven't already. It looks like we're going to see spin coming back into the attack. And Shikhar Singh saying the grass is thick, it seems. Also it rained yesterday. Again, had a little bit of rain this morning. However, it's been dry ever since, touch wood. And grass is a little bit long as well, that does have to be said. As we're going to see Azam Khalil coming into the attack for Sweden. This is a good start from the left-hander Momin. He's going to run away, and it's going to be another boundary. So not the start that Azam Khalil would have wanted, but Austria will take the 4 runs. This is a lovely textbook cut shot through the offside, and it trickles away for another boundary. So Momin moves on to 17 now. Doing well at the top of the order so far. Good comeback from Azam Khalil. He just sends this into the leg side, does Momin. And this is short again and cut away. I don't think it's going to go all the way this time. Going to be a big chase on. Eventually picked up and they come back for the 2. So good running between the wickets again for the Austrian batsmen. They're going to need to continue to do so if they're going to set defendable target once again. Again, they're going to be looking towards that 140, 150 mark. So it was a round par, as we said earlier on, and they ended up winning with a target with a total of 141. On the drive this time, hits this well. It's going to be straight to the man, and he hits it too well, in fact. So it's just going to be the one, the dot ball. No chance of a quick single in there. And this time over the top. Going to run away again. Don't think it's got the legs to go all the way, so it's going to be a chase on for the Swedish fielder. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. So not quite the conservative over so far for Azam Khalil. And just a bit of information on that injury that happened earlier. It was Lamar Maman who came off, so not good if you're a Swedish fan. But once again, going over the top of the infield. Again, not getting enough on this. It should just be the 2 runs. And they end up going to what would arguably the wrong end. But they come back safely for the 2 runs. So a good over to end the power play for Austria. And after 6 runs, they are 40 for 1. So a good power play for the Austrians, going at just under 6.7 and over. Just the 1 wicket down as well, which we haven't seen that many times throughout this tournament. Often we've seen many wickets go early on in the power play. As the skipper, Chigo out, just looks to change his helmet for a more comfortable cap. As unsurprisingly, they're going to be going to spin early on here, and the spin really worked well for them in their game yesterday against Germany for the Swedish. As it looks like it's going to be one of the best bowlers for Sweden in their previous game. Hamid Mahmood coming on. 3 for 10 he took off of just 3 overs against Germany yesterday in a losing battle for them. But he's into the attack now. And starts well, and this is just back of a length and played back to the bowler. So respecting the good ball here is the Austrian skipper Razmal Shigiwal. As another man comes into the offside. And he hits this straight to, I believe that is Khalid Khalid, who is at long off. And it's just going to be the 1 run, which brings the left-handed Mamin back on strike. That was the wind. Just picking up again ever so slightly out here. This is short, and Mamin rocks back. Doesn't get all of this. It's going to take some cutting off though. And the man does well on the cow corner boundary. And it's just going to be another 2 to the total. So this is good so far from Mamin. He moves on to 25 now. And this time played definitely into the left, the offside for the left-hander, but it's just going to be another dot ball. So this is good so far. It's a good over from Mahmood. No boundary coming yet. And hits this well into the offside, but finds the fielder on the point. It's that man, Sakir Takawi, who I'm sure we'll see again with the ball in hand later on in this innings. And this is hit well again into the offside, but there's a man out there. And he's going to come round and cut that off, and it's just going to be the one. So good work out in the deep, as that brings an end to a very tidy over from Hamid Mahmood, with just the 4 runs coming off it after 7. Austria are 44 for 1. And as I said, we were going to expect to see him back with ball in hand, and he's coming on now as Sakir Takawi comes back into the attack. Zal Khalil only getting the 1 over, 10 coming off it. But this isn't the start that Sakir Takawi would have wanted it. This is going to fly over, and it hits the umpire's tent right on the front, and it's going to go for a world famous Maximo. A great shot from Shahil Momin. He's looking comfortable at the crease at the moment, up against the Swedes here. Almost took out some of the officials there. It's a big, big shot onto the leg side. Looking comfortable is Momin. Does Takawi have a response? It's short, and again, just clipped into the leg side, looking to push for 2. And they end up just sticking to the 1. So good fielding out in the deep, but I think that was Carlson again, proving a valuable member of this fielding side. And again, this right-hand, left-hand combination just proving a little bit difficult for Sweden at the moment, just rotating through the field. And just some fielders forgetting where they should be. So they take a minute just to get everything correct as they carry on here. This is a good delivery from Takawi, as this is just pushing to the leg side. They should come back for 2, and they do. Could be close here. They do end up coming back comfortably for the 2nd. So it's well timed from the skipper, Shigiwal. As you see here, they pushed that first one hard enough that the 2nd one ended up coming home pretty comfortably in the end. Good work in the field nonetheless. And this is hit powerfully into the offside, and it's going to be 2 bounces, 4 runs for Austria here, and they're racing away towards a good total here. This is a lovely shot from Razmal Shigiwal. Leans back onto his back foot, punches this over the infield, and it runs away. 4 runs. So Shigiwal just quietly going about his business as he moves on to 19 now. And lets this one go. Seen a couple of leaves today. There's certainly an elegant one yesterday. Takawi just getting a bit of treatment here in his 2nd over so far. With 13 coming off of it so far. This is well fielded again in the infield. It's just going to be a dot ball. As that brings us to the end of the 8th over. And Austria find themselves 57 for 1. It's just the 1 wicket so far. Lemar Mamon, who has gone off injured for Sweden at this moment in time. It's going to be Mahmood to continue. This is short and just played into the onside for a single, as Momin moves on to 34 now. Quietly gone about his business, doing well here, doing a good job at the top of the order, taking over from Hussein. He misses out due to injury this game. Played into the offside. This is a good shot from the skipper, Shigiwao, who's surely seeing the ball like a football now. He's faced plenty of deliveries today, and a handful of runs as well. And this is on the drive. To no avail as it's a dot ball. And again played into the leg side. This time it's just going to be the one run. So this is again good bowling from Hamid Mahmood so far, with just the 3 runs coming off of his over so far. 2 deliveries remaining. Again, the pick of the bowlers so far for Sweden. Shigiwa looking to go into the offside, and they come through for a single. So Mamin not making it easy for the Austrians here. As it brings Mamin back on strike. And again, fends this into the leg side. Could be close with the direct hit. And in despair, he lies on the ground, wishing that it would have hit the stumps. But it's a good over again from Mahmood, with just the 5 runs coming off it. And after the 9th over, Austria find themselves at 62 for 1. We get to have a look here at the bowlers that have been used. Lamar Mamond, well, I don't think we're going to see him come back into the attack, as he has come off injured, which is a real shame. As we're going to see the Swedish national, Liam Karlsson, Swedish born, come into the attack. He bowled well yesterday, likes to drop it on a hard length, doesn't make it easy for the bowlers once again, for the batsman correction. So really going to look to build on what he performed yesterday. It is going to be Carlson coming on here for the 10th over. This is a good start, as again hitting back of a length, and this is just run down to the man there. That's a good job. I believe that is Khalid Zahid doing a good job in the field. More support for Liam in the chat, as that was a dot ball to start his over. And goes big into the leg side. He's not got all of this. In fact, he hasn't got anything on this, as it's barely got outside the 30-yard circle. And he ends up getting 2 runs off it. So when it's your day, it really is your day. When you don't want to time it as well as you normally do, you don't do so, and it ends up just being a pretty comfortable 2 runs in the end. But Carlson causing issues early on here. This is a bit of a slower delivery by the looks of it. Amin was already through a shot by the time it got to him. Ended up trying to swat this through the offside, but gets nothing on it. It's a good over so far for Carlson. This is a really good delivery from Carlson. Again, a bit of a slower delivery. Mamin now on 38. Again, hits this into the offside. It should just be the one run, and is. So again, good fielding out on the boundary. As the wind has just picked up a little bit here. This time, instead of blowing right to left, it's almost going straight from the bottom of your screen to the top. This third man comes into the regulation third man and isn't out on the boundary. And then deep extra cover goes back onto the boundary. This is just clipped to the man. It could be close here. And he's not being given. Umpire says no. It's a really good piece of fielding by the man on the angles. We see here. Clips it into the leg side as the skipper, and Mamin sets off. He's not going to stop. I think he might have been safe here. We get to take another look here. Was his bat in the air is the question. Oh, it's right on the line. It's just a matter of when the ball enters the gloves, because it's a really, really tight look, that is for sure. But I have to say, I think the umpire's got this one right. Yes, you have to give the benefit of the doubt there. It's a tight one again, but it brings an end to the end of the over. And after 10 overs, Austria are 66 for 1. It gives me an interruption there as I've come on screen, as we've moved into the over. You've got a quick glimpse of me there. And that start with a single off of Mahmood's third over. This is short again. I mean, it hits this into the leg side. It should just be the 2 runs. They turn and go. It's a good arm again. It's a great arm, in fact. Gets her on the floor. Mamin now moves into the 40s now. Mahmood continues here, and this is again clipped into the leg side, and he's hit this straight to the fielder, so it should just be the 1 run. Good work from the man out in the deep. And this is a bit of a full toss as we hit down to the man at long on. Comes around and collects this. It's just going to be the 1 run, so should go out. You can see there, just telling him he needs to keep his head here. They're in a good stage after the 10 overs. And this is a good partnership so far. It's over 50 now. There's this partnership. This is squeeze to the man on the angle. He does really well, and that's Takawi there. He's really tight. No single to him for sure. Again, attacking fielding from Sweden. Just something that I took away from their first game against Germany yesterday. This is short again, and Mamin just plays this into the leg side, and he's looking for 2, but he's not going to get it again. Really good work out in the deep, as That brings us to the end of the 11th over, and Austria are 72 for 1. The sun has just gone behind a cloud again, so it's a little bit chilly out here again. I'm sure you can just pick that up on your screens. That cloud on the top of your screen just coming over now. And it's going to be Carlson to continue here. And this is just clipped to the man. Well, I don't think it carried, but the expression of his body language, it just might have. But from where I was, it looked like it didn't carry, but I could be wrong. So we have to take another look here. Just getting this one all wrong. It did carry, so we have to put that down as a missed opportunity. But this time it's another opportunity. It's going to take some getting there. Oh, that's an absolutely outstanding catch from Liam Carlson off his own bowling. And it was an outrageous grab. And it was going to take something outrageous to get rid of the informed Shahil Mahmood. So he was racing along towards his half century, but he's going to have to go. And you can see that that wicket means so much to the Swedes. We get to take another look here. It was really into no man's land. There was no one on the ring on the offside towards that area. You can see there's someone coming in from long on. And Carlson says, nope, I'll do it myself with the Superman dive. And he takes it as Mamin comes off to applause from his teammates. It really took something outrageous to get rid of the in-man. He has to go. Austria are 72 for 2. So it brings the new man to the crease. Arman Landawa. You can see there. Everyone seems to know everyone on the European circuit again to the success and really good work from everyone on the ECN as everyone is able to watch different tournaments across Europe throughout the year. Just gives you a good idea of who you're going to be playing against and what's going on all around Europe. Great to see. But what a catch that was from Liam Carlson. And his tail's certainly going to be up now as the skipper's on strike. As this is just punched into the offside for a single. So new batsman on strike. Randawa. Now this is a bit of a leading edge. Played into the offside and it come through for a single. So Randawa getting off the mark straight away. And Liam Carlson, he's on fire, says Shikhar Singh. He's up for this one, isn't he? Well, you do feel that that catch might have taken the wind out of him a little bit. But you wouldn't be able to tell that from where he's rolling in. But this is again a slower ball. And Shigawa's timed this well into the leg side, but it's going to be picked up there. It's a little bit of a misfield. And that misfield might have cost them a run as they come through comfortably for the second. And you just see that, just misjudging the bounce. And it brings Shigawa back on strike. So he's now the in batsman. 27 off 23 for him now. This is short. He punches this straight back to him, but he's unable to take it clean. And if he hits, he's close. And did well. But they scamper through for a single. And that brings us to the close of the 12th over. Austria find themselves 77 for 2. So good running between the wickets, pushing the first one hard, which is what I always like to see. I'm a huge admirer of. You just see here what the table's saying at the moment, and that win for Austria doing them a world of good. That run rate being almost split in half for Germany after losing to Austria in this morning's game. But Sweden, you feel if they can get a victory here, then it makes things really, really interesting for tomorrow's play. And obviously we've got games today, and then we've got one more day of round robin, and then we move into the final on Sunday, which is going to be a thriller of a game. Whoever is it will be in that one. This is just played straight to the man at long off for a single, comfortably. And Mandawa plays this. It's a great take by the wicket-keeper, Minan Bashoff, preventing that one from going for any buzzers. Does really well there. There's a dead ball. Obviously, Mandawa yet to play in the tournament, and I think they were just looking at where Shigawa was running when he was backing up. This is a good shot. Hits so well, it pierces through the legs of the fielder and end up coming through for the single. And this is a really nice shot into the leg side. I think it's going to go all the way for 4, and it's not. It's a really good shot again. It's only going to cost them the 1 run. So Shigawa now moves on to 30. Hits this well, but he might have hit it too well. There's a man there, and he just backs out, opting for saving the boundary rather than going for the wicket. And Randhawa, well, he's looking solid at the moment, hitting it well, as he's only faced the 4 deliveries with 1 delivery left in this over. And he's got the wicket, has Amin Mohammed. And what a way to end his over, what a way to end his spell. We went wicketless throughout his first 3.5 overs, but with his final delivery of his last over, he gets the wicket of the in-batsman Razmal Shigawa. He has to go for 30. And that brings us to the end of the 13th over. Austria are 81 for 3. You get to take another look here. Just yorks him. It's a really good delivery from Amin Mohammed, and what again, a really good spell from him. 4 overs, 1 for 19. As the new batsman Abdar Bilal strolls into the crease. As this gives me an opportunity for a little bit of a nice wholesome story. So the batsman who's out there at the moment, Amar Randhawa, obviously playing in his first game of the tournament, plays or originates from the famous Austrian cricket club, which I'm being told is led by a European cricket legend of Siva. Siva was a coach and mentor and was one of the founders of the Austrian cricket club, and did so right in the early stages of cricket in and around Europe. And apparently Siva was a cricketing father and a mentor to the one and only Maxi from the European Cricket Network, who's project manager here this week here in Germany. So a huge shout out to Siva. I hope you're doing well and enjoying, and I'm sure he's watching along here. And I know Maxi is more than happy for Siva to be watching as we continue here. This is short and wide. This is a lovely shot from Randhawa. I don't think it's going to go all the way. It's a bit of foot fielding, but it works. And they're going to end up scampering through for the second. So really good work out in the deep. As it's Zakir Takawi back into the attack. As you see here, does really well. Manages just to get a foot behind it. Got to be careful, because anything on the wrong side of that, and that's a rolled ankle, and that's going to be seriously painful. but prevents the boundary nonetheless. Takawi continues, and this is played really well into the offside for just the single. As Bilal takes his mark as he's about to face his first delivery. Nice little story there, bit of cricketing information. Bilal looking to go on the attack straight away. There's an appeal from the bowler. He's doing everything that it shouldn't have. It's going to be given a no wicket there. So it's short and wider, and this is pierced through the infield. It's going to run away, should be cut off. And it is, and there's going to be a push for two, and they come back comfortably. So again, good running in the middle. Good work from the two out there. And apparently, our man Adawa is living and playing cricket in London, apparently. So good luck to him for the rest of the season. So not finished here for Austria. As this is played well into the leg side. Might be two. I don't think so, as Bilal's going to keep the strike, as that brings us to the end of the 14th over, in Austria are 87 for 3. We take a look here. Good start with the opener and number 3. Both getting starts, but once again, we've seen it happen many a time in this tournament. Batsmen getting starts, but not really able to kick on and convert to 50. Obviously, we saw it in yesterday's game for Umar Nawaz. He ended up converting 50, didn't he? What an innings that was. It was in vain as they ended up losing to Germany, but it brings Azam Khalil back into the attack. The wind again just picking up, going from bottom to top on your screen. This is short, and well, he doesn't quite time this, but this is going to run away. It should just be another 2, and is. So again, they're going to be looking towards that 140 total, and they'll know that they can defend 140 up against what was a strong German squad, who, I have to say, severely underperformed in the first game here today. It's a great delivery, and it's really even better work from the wicketkeeper, Winam Bashov. And Abdul Bilal has to go. And Azam Khalil taking a wicket here in this game. His first wicket of the match. Great work from Bashov. Good take and good awareness just to whip the bails off, as that wicket means Austria now fall to 88 for 4. A good bit of a leg spin away from the bowlers we see here. Lifting away, and was his foot, well, from that angle it looks like his foot was on the line, which obviously isn't enough. There's got to be something behind it, as he's going to have to go. Good work from Boshoff behind the stumps, as Bilal walks off to the right of me. Brings a very noisy Mehaj Chinma into the crease. As it brings 2 fresh batsmen to the crease now. Rahman and Dawa, 6 off 6 for him. Mehad Chima Comes in to face his first delivery. Solidly plays this back to the bowler. It's going to be a dot ball. So this is a good over so far from Khalil. 2 runs and the wicket coming off of it so far. This is hit into the leg side, and it should just be the one as that man Liam Carlson comes in and takes it. Doing a really stellar job out on the leg side boundary. And this is played in a bit of yes, no, maybe. And it ends up being a no, and he gets home safely. So good work again in the field. That man on your screen there doing a very good job on the angle, as it looks like. We'll continue here. There's a leading edge, but it's into the vacant region. He's going to run through for a single. So good over from Khalil with just a 4 coming off it, but getting the wicket as well. And after 15 overs, Austria are 91 for 4. As this gives us a moment to take a look at what we've got coming up for you tomorrow here on the European Cricket Network. We've got Austria, they take on Sweden once again, and that will start at 11:30 local time, 2 o'clock if you're in India. And then we will finish the day off with Sweden versus Germany. Sweden, well, they're going to be looking to continue on from where they started here, and Germany, they're going to be coming back after a loss in today's first game. But not only that, we've also got finals day in the Czech Republic, and I know that Danny and Vinny, they'll be looking forward to that one, and they've had a splendid day for quarterfinals day today. So one more day in the Czech Republic with finals day tomorrow. But plenty of cricket this weekend. Obviously, you've got finals day tomorrow alongside the final round of robin matches here, and then the final of the Sky Exchange German T20 Series 2022 on Sunday. Going to be Zakir Takawi to continue here into his final over. 22 runs off of his 3 overs, no wickets yet. And as I say that, he has to go and grab a wicket, and it's well bowled, and Mal Randhawa looking to just turn this into the leg side, gets it all wrong, plays all round it, and he's going to have to go as it clips the top of his stumps. Austria fall to 91 for 5. So once again, really good bowling from Zakir Takawi, getting that well-deserved wicket. You see here, back of a length, and it does grip a little bit, and just clips the top and middle stump. It's really good bowling, up in top of off stump as well. Good bowling from the left-arm orthodox. Bit of a reserve celebration this time. Yesterday he was off and running, and there was no stopping him. Bit of Imran to hear about him. But this time, doing really, really well. As Benedict Chambers says, the commentator's anti-curse. Well, there was a few times back in Malta, I remember, that eventually one of the Bulgarian lads came up to me and said, stop saying that people are batting well because they're getting out the exact next ball. So I must have something about me that's a bit of a curse. Brings the new man. Drawn into the crease. This is well bowled again from Zakir Takawi as Javed Zadran just plays this into the offside for a dot ball. And looks to go big into the leg side. This is really good flight from the bowler. Takawi just saying, look, if you want to go for it, go. Please be my guest. I've got men out in the boundary waiting. If you miss, then I'll hit. This is really good from the Swedish bowler. This is short and wide, and it's going to be hit through, and it could be close here. It could be a chance of buzzers here. And he ends up being turned down to just the 1 run. It's well backed up in the end. As you see here, direct hit would have been very, very close. And looks to go into the leg side and doesn't get a lot on this, bit of a bottom edge. And they end up coming through. Again, bit of an overthrow, but no runs from it, so not too costly. And this finds the edge. This is going to run away down the hill. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be chased by the Swedish fielder. Yeah, and I think that's Mohamed doing a good job of picking it up. It's just going to be 2 runs. As that brings us to the end of the over and end of the 16th over. Austria are 95 for 5. As the main man, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu joins the chat. See if Austria have some kick in the tail this time. Well, they bowled well. They batted well in the first game against Germany, getting to 1-4-1. So I'm sure they'll be looking around that target again. Just got to back themselves now. Need to be going at more than a run a ball as Sam Khalil continues. And this is a big hit into the leg side. Don't think he's got all of this. And it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, which is not what Sweden will want. As there were 2 fielders converging on the leg side boundary. If you get to take another look here, you can see it's 1 bounce runs from Carlson. In a rare moment, gets this one all wrong. And it's going to be a boundary for Austria, a well-welcome boundary. This is a good shot into the offside. It ends up being an eventful dot ball. Again, keeper being tested. He's had a good day with the gloves so far, has Boshov. Comes down. Could be 2 here. And you have to say that Javid Zadran looking like he wasn't really going to push that first one hard. There's possibilities of a second, but he turns it down. As it's good to see a couple of others entering the chat. As Khalil continues in. He looks to go big, does Zadran. He's got none of this. It's gone high. It's going to take some catching. It's Carlson underneath it. And it's another outstanding catch from the Swede. Makes up for the misfield after letting it go over his head for a boundary. And this time, makes no mistake, it's another catch. And Zadran has to go. And Austria, they now fall to 100 for 6. So, good to see that Wazamatron in the chat, as well as Steve Cook as well. Nice to have your guys' company, as it seems like a few people maybe just be finishing work on this Friday evening. What a way to spend it. Can't think of anything better, watching a bit of cricket and a couple with a bit of English beer in hand as well. And it certainly looks like we're going to be in for a very interesting chase. Sweden not coming off with the bat yesterday. Depending on what total is going to be set here, be in for a very exciting final game here today. And opportunity here, and it's 2 in 2. Chima has to go. Looking to come down the track once again and just nail this into the leg side. And this is exactly what Austria didn't want. This is a middle order collapse once again, as that's the 2nd wicket off of the 2 deliveries now. And momentum swinging towards Sweden now, as Austria, they now fall for 101 for 7. A really good catch, low to his right. Does well to come round. And 100 for 7 now. They're going to just try and look to push this towards that 120, 130. Just 3.1 overs remaining. So, this is a genuine hat-trick ball here for Azam Khalil. And it looks like they are going to push this. And I like to see this, as the field just comes in on the offside, which is good to see. So, Abdullah Akbarjan is going to be the man facing this hat-trick delivery. If there was ever a man to do it, it was this man, Azam Khalil. Figures of 3 for 19 so far. Final delivery, hat-trick ball. And this is not a bad delivery, as this is just played into the offside, as it brings an end to a very good over for Sweden. Just the 6 runs coming off of it, but more importantly, 2 wickets. Austria at the end of 17 are 101 for 7. As I can see, Michael in the chat as well, and Andy as well. Howsy, just finished work. Hope you're doing well, Howsy. Again, another member of the ECM Blue Crew. And also a member from my home club, La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club. Gives me an opportunity. Good luck to them tomorrow as they face Sporting Alfaz in the ECCL T20 League. So good luck to both of La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club's teams as they take on Sporting Alfaz tomorrow. I know Gary Compton was in the chat. I believe it was yesterday. I don't know if he's been popping in today. The man who's been a part of Cricket Spanish for a very long time, plays for Sporting Alfaz. As it's going to be the man who took one of the catches in that over. Liam Carson's going to continue here after Takawi bowls out. Good figures for him off of his 4 overs. 1 for 26 as Carson continues here. And this has gone high up in the air. Chances of a catch. And he takes it safely. This is excellent bowling from Sweden, taking every opportunity that comes to them. And it's another one to fall, as Austria now fall to 101 for 8. So that's 4 wickets falling in the last 13 deliveries. And just the 10 runs coming off of those 13 deliveries. So a really good spell this for Sweden. Not a good spell if you're an Austrian fan. This is again a collapse that they really would have wanted to prevent it. There's no doubt that Sweden have really been applying the pressure and bowling well, and every chance that they've been given, they've taken. There's the new batsman now. Comes into the crease. Amit Nathwani. Gonna have a big job to do. I wonder if he'll be opening the bowling with his off spin. As Carson continues. This is sensibly played into the leg side. Should just be the one, if they didn't run that first one hard. Andy House, I'm almost certain, is in Prague in the Czech Republic on the ECS at the moment. So I'm sure with 1 day left, they're excited for finals day. I certainly am, and I'll be switching back and forth as much as I can whilst here in Krefeld. Short, and this is going to be given a wide ball from umpire Jameson. So we need to take another look here. 9 times out of 10 it's going to be correct, and it's a good call again outside that wide line. This is well played from Nathwani, straight into the man on the angle, and end up coming through comfortably for the single. Again, a good over so far from Carlson, with just the 2 runs coming off of it so far. As it brings Akib Iqbal on strike. Again, just pushed into the offside and misfield in the end. So they come through comfortably for the 1 run. I think now, if these 2 can stay in, obviously only the 2.5 overs remaining. This is played into the legs, into the offside. It's just going to be the 1 run again. So really good running from the Austrians. No need to take any silly risks now with only 2 wickets remaining for them. Plenty of 1s and 2s around the ground. If they can do so, they'll certainly get their way up towards 120, possibly 130. This is a lovely shot clipped into the leg side from Iqbal, and it's just going to be the 1 run, so well fielded out in the deep. And it is just the 1 run to finish the over. So again, a really good over. 6 runs coming off it. And the wicket as well for Liam Carlson, as that brings us to the end of the 18th Austria, are 107 for 8. And just been informed that the blue crew out in Prague are all in the minibus on the way from the ground, having a listen and watching the game. I think we're all well. Enjoy Friday night tonight. Finals day tomorrow, though. Big day tomorrow. I think we're all well. As it's going to be Azam Khalil to finish off his spell. A really good game with the ball this time. 3 for 20 off of his 3 overs. As we move into the 19th over. It's a lovely shot. Beats through the infield. It's going to run through. I don't think it's going to go all the way. And it's not. It's again really good fielding. As Iqbal moves on to 5 with that 2. This is dropped and ran. It could be close here. The throw's a little bit wayward. It's an opportunity of an overthrow and buzzers. It's all happening. Carlson's down. Might have done a little bit of damage there. I think he's okay. We take another look here. Just dabbed into the offside. End up coming through safely as the bails were already taken off by accident. End up just being the 1 run as it brings Nathwani on strike. So there's a lovely shot, just clipped into the leg side, just rotating the strike. This is good from Austria at this point. Don't want to end up getting into the last wicket before that last over. And Iqbal goes on the charge, advances down the track, doesn't get all of this, and I don't think it's going to run out. It's a big chase, but the man out in the deep does really well. It keeps it to just the 2. Austria won't mind this at this point. Rotating the strike, edging their way closer to that 120 mark at the moment. And he's hit this well. It's burst through. I think it might have hit him on the head a little bit. I think he's okay, which is good to see, but they come through for the single. Get to take another look here. I think that's come right off his head, so I'm glad to see that he's okay. He got a hard head as that's just bounced off, but a good end to the over and a good spell for him. 3 for 26 off of his 3 for 27 correction off of his 4 overs, with just the 7 coming off of it. So after 19 overs, Austria are 114 for 8. We're going to move into the final over of the first innings of match number 4 here. This is a lovely shot over the infield. Evades the fielder. It's going to run away. They should come back for 2. And they do so and end up doing so pretty comfortably. So it's a good shot from Iqbal here in the final over. Liam Carlson being given the ball. Again, good early spell here for Carlson. The bowlers have been really good here for Sweden. And he's on the scoop, and he get this away finally. Not going to go all the way, but it's going to be chased, and they should come back for the 2 and do so comfortably. So again, good innovative batting from the Austrians here. And he looks to advance. He's not got all of this. There is a man out there, so he should come and cut this off. But again, really good running from Nathwani. Pulls him through and comes through for the 2nd. And they now move on to that 120, which they'll feel is something that they can certainly defend with their bowlers. This is a bit of a slower delivery. It's gone up. It's going to take some catching. And it's a good takeout in the deep as he comes in. As Iqbal has to go. They had a license to go for it. They've reached that 120 now. And he looked to go big into the leg side, but didn't get anything of it. And he's going to have to go, because that means Austria are now 120 for 9. So it brings Itbrashar Didar out into the middle. And I'm pretty sure all that conversation is going to be is, I'm going to be running hard, so you better be running too. Didar is at the non-striker's end with Nathwani on strike. This is a slower delivery again, but he's got a bit of a leading edge, and there could be two here as it runs away. And Didar, and he comes back pretty comfortably in the end. So it's good running between the Austrians here. So it comes down to the final delivery. 122 on the board. Can they finish with the boundary? Nathwani on strike, Carlson the bowler. Martin on strike, and he hits this well into the leg side, into the offside. And they're going to push for the two. They ends up coming back comfortably as the throw's almost over the wicketkeeper's head. And he does well to take it. Tries to take the bells off, as you can see him. Is Boshoff on the bottom of your screen. They end up getting the two comfortably. So after their 20 overs, Austria finish on 124 for 9. And they'll feel that that's something that they can defend. Sweden struggled with the bat yesterday, and they know if they can get 1 or 2 early wickets, they're going to be right in this game. So Austria 124, setting 125 to win. Good starts from Austria with Mamin and Shigawal getting 43 and 30 respectively, providing a good platform as we get to take a look at the highlights from the first innings. As you can see there was a change at the top with Hussein out injured for this game, which brought Mamin, and he didn't disappoint, did he? As MSP struggling once again with the bat, and he had to go for just the 1 run, but it brought Shigawal into the crease, and he went well, 30 off of 27 deliveries with 2 fours in his innings. But Mamin, well, that was the one and only maximum in this innings. What a maximum that was, nearly taking out some of the officials, but eventually he did end up going as he was caught and bowled with an absolutely outrageous catch from Liam Carlson off of his own bowling with the Superman dive to take it. You can see he was pumped after that. And then this brought Habib Mahmood into the attack, and he got this first wicket. Outstanding delivery. Yorks, Razmal, Shigawal, I think he had to go. And then a really good piece of work from Boshoff with the gloves, getting his fellow wicketkeeper with a stumping. And then once again we saw the middle overs being attacked by the 2 left-arm orthodox of Zakir Takawi and Hamid Mahmood. And then we saw another catch in the deep from Liam Carlson after it was dispatched over his head for 4 runs. And then again, there was 2 and 2, wasn't there? As Azam Khalil ended up with figures of 3 for 27 off of his 4 overs, and he did really, really well. And there's no doubt that there's a reason that he got MVP in the recent ECS up in Sweden. And then Iqbal looking to go big in the final over, which brought Didar into the attack. He didn't get to do much more of just a runner. As Nathwani, he ended up not out on 7 off of 6 for him. But we're going to take a short break because we're going to be back in just a few minutes as we look for the chase, as Austria look to defend 124 up against Sweden. You're watching the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. And welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 4 here at the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series 2022. Just before the break, we saw Austria score a total of 124 off of their 20 overs as the Swedish openers make their way out to the middle. So there was a little bit of a collapse in the middle order for Austria, but they managed to steady the ship and they've got themselves something to defend now. So something for the bowlers to bowl at here, and it's going to be, no surprise, it's going to be Amit Nathwani opening the bowling from the Sky Exchange end. So they make their way out to the field. And I know that there's a couple of people who've just finished work after a long week at work. If you are watching on the European Cricket Network channel on YouTube, do get involved in the live chat. Let me know if you're watching, as I'm sure we're going to be in for a thriller. And if you are watching on fan code in the subcontinent in India, a very good evening to you. And we are set for a very exciting chase. But Austria will know. Sweden failed with the bat last time, all out for not many, just 93 off of, well, they were all out, and especially off of their 20 overs. 93 is not enough. So they know a couple of early key wickets, and they're right in the game here, are Austria. As you can see there, umpire Mark Jameson just making sure we've got the right amount of players on the pitch as we're about to get ready here in the second innings. As we're ready to get underway, Nathwani from the Sky Exchange end. It's a good start from him, right on the money straight away. As Renan Boschov opening the batting here for Sweden. Looking to push us into the offside, but not given the width. This is Fuller again, and just squared it into the leg side, and it's going to be collected by that man there, Javid Zadran. And they come through for a single. So first runs to Sweden in the chase. As the batsman now on strike, Umar Nawaz, he went well, didn't he? And he faced Germany yesterday, making a splendid half-century. Ended up 56 off of 49 deliveries. It wasn't enough as the rest of his team around him fall cheaply. This is a good ball from Nathwani. Again, landing it in the right area, getting a bit of turn early on with the new ball. Just lands this in the right area, lets the ball do the talking. It's good from him. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have Iqbal from the other end. This is Fuller again, and looks to go on the drive. Doesn't follow through with the shot, and it's just going to be another dot ball. So this is a good start for Nathwani. Again, bit of turn into the batsman, and it's another dot ball. Good work from the man collecting there, Mehar Chima. Doing a good job in the field. This is shorter and this is wider, and he's got this through the infield. This is going to run away down the hill. Don't think it's going to have the legs. That's outstanding from the fielder there. And he gets applause all around the ground there from both teams as well, as he saved a certain boundary and ended up coming through for the third run. If you get to take another look here, body on the line, Chima teasing him, teasing him, teasing him. Oh, wow. Well, we get to just go back a couple of frames. His hand on the ball, on the ball. Wow, you have to, you just, the question there is whether the ball has left his hand there or whether it's still in contact, but it's not being given a 4. Obviously, the umpires here not getting the use of the cameras. But an outstanding effort from Chima nonetheless. As just to the right of me, the Austrian teams just look over, sort of look to me and ask whether or not it was 4 or not. I think it was 4, I'm going to say, but again, it's unfair to say that Chima wasn't honest in that instance, as he was flipping himself over, trying to prevent the boundary. So it's just the 3 runs, and after the first over, Sweden are 4 for none. And once again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. I know there's plenty lurking, so if you're lurking, this is the lurker shout out. If you're lurking, let me know. And it is going to be that man, Iqbal, Akib Iqbal, coming on from the media end. As this is going to be not the start that he would have wanted, bit of a loose. Now it's going to be a wide ball to start with for Iqbal. As I see Ben Bamford in the chat, Basid Iqbal as well. And Basid, I wonder if you're related to Akib Iqbal in any way. Do let me know. I can see you're obviously a huge supporter of Austrian cricket and Iqbal himself. This is a good comeback as Nawaz just fending this one. Fishing at this one a little bit. Good comeback from Iqbal. It just feels like the wind has completely died and it's gone a little bit muggy and humid out here. Basically, he's your brother. That's really lovely to see. I hope you're enjoying watching your brother on the big stage here in Germany. And that's well played from Nawaz, who similarly yesterday played a really sensible innings, built it from the start, didn't go too harsh, and it just dismissed the bad ball. So Iqbal, 2 runs off of his over so far. 1 off the bat and 1 being wide. He's Boshov on strike as he's on the drive. So he's well fielded again off his own bowling and just lets him know, I won't be going anywhere unless it's gone past me. Because not the first time we've seen him field well off of his own bowling. And it's an inside edge, almost chops on, but it's again good running as they come through for the single. It's well fielded by Bashar Didar. James Stewart saying, evening Charlie, great to get home. It's fine that my son is already watching. Well, that's really lovely to hear. Good to see that European cricket is being enjoyed by all generations. I hope he's enjoying. A very good evening to him. A very good evening to you as well, James. This is trying to drive this really offside, gets nothing on it. It's another dot ball. So again, really good from Iqbal so far. And it's a really good end to a tied over from Iqbal. Started with a wide, but really timed it up, and that brings us to the end of the second. Sweden are 7 for none. As I can see, Stefan Boshoff as well in the chat saying that their mother is watching as well. Well, a very good evening to you. Good afternoon. Let us know your relation to Winan Boshoff. As we see here, well, a victory here for Sweden here would really tighten things up in the table. It would leave a lot going down to the final day of round robin matches tomorrow, with obviously that final from Germany on Sunday. Really looking forward to that. And it's nice to see the Tri-Series ending with the final. Gives the teams just a little bit more motivation to perform well early on, as it's going to be Nathwani to continue here for Sweden. Austria, correction. And sweeps hard into the leg side. This is going to go all the way. Boshov gets the first boundary of this Swedish response. Steps across and connects with this well, and it runs away into the bushes. 4 runs. So, Nathwani, for the first time, getting a little bit of aggression from Boshov, which is good to see. With a small target of only 125, 1 boundary and over is all Sweden need in their chase here. We just get to take another look here. Really well executed sweep into the leg side. Took a bit of a step across his stumps and swept hard into the leg side. So Nathwani is about to get his second delivery underway. Bit of a false start, so he's going to try again here. It's a good comeback from the bowler Nathwani, as this one was just let to go through to the keeper Bilal. And this is into the offside, and you just argue maybe that was the wrong end, as it is being pointed out to, I believe that was Akbarajan at point, opting to go to the bowler's end. But they get through for the single safely. Stefan Boshov saying we're watching from South Africa. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying watching some outstanding cricket here today. And this is Fuller, and it's missed everything. And they don't come through for a single, so it's no bye down to Bilal. You see you're going for a big shot. Was Nawaz, who's just struggling slightly here. 4 from 8 now. And again, dropped into the offside. And it's good running in the end from Boshov as he comes home safely. Well run from these two again. And Dipon Sahar saying, I am from Bangladesh. Good evening to you. Hope you are well and enjoying the cricket. Let us know your thoughts on the game so far, if you've been watching. As the stumps just get rearranged after Bilal swiping them off. And this is a good finish to the over as this is hit to the skipper there. And it's going to be a dot ball to finish. So a good recovery after getting hit for a boundary to start with, as 6 comes off of the third, and Sweden are 13 for no loss. As I see, KLP, and it's what I'm going to call after that username, I'm not too sure. Watching from Trinidad. So yeah, this is really a great example. Viewers all over the world tuning in to watch some exhilarating European cricket. As it's going to be about to continue from the media end. This is forward hit hard, straight down the ground, but MSP does well. Cuts it off and keeps it to a dot ball. So good work from the tall Austrian. And Iqbal keeping it up there at the moment. And Wazza, I have to agree with you, amazing to see so many people from different countries watching. It's the beauty of European cricket here, not only on Fan Club but also on YouTube. It means you can watch it all around the world. This is short, this is going to be a wide delivery, but it's good. Keeping from Abdar Bilal. And again, it is just one of the brilliant aspects of European cricket on the European Cricket Network. He is from all over the world. Great skeptical here. This is a big swing into the leg side, but gets nothing on this again. There's no one on the leg side boundary. So the skipper, Rasmus Shigewal, backing his bowler to keep it on that off stump and outside the off stump. Didn't get that one there, but he got away with it. Pushing him for paces. Rakib Iqbal. And plays this. And it evades the man at gully, and this is going to run away to deep third man for another single. Good attempt from, I think that's Gmad down there. As it brings Boshov on strike now, as he's on 7 off of just 8 deliveries. And this is hit well into the leg side, and this is just going to be the 1 run. So Boshov, well, I was going to say something then, but I'm not going to do so this early on, with a bit of commentator's curse coming into it. Sweden looking well so far, 110 off of just 99 now, 109 off of 98, correction. Well, that's going to help. He's hit that well, and that's going to fly all the way into the bushes. And that's going to be a world famous Maximo here in Germany. He got all of that, did Nawaz. He's been biding his time, and this one flew over for a huge 6. And it's going to be a wide, so that's 6 just pushing Iqbal off his line here. Just struggling a little bit this over after that huge 6. And I tell you that's not an easy boundary to fly over. And that covered it by about 10 meters or so. When he goes again into the offside and there's no one out there, so that's going to run away, and it's going to be another boundary for Sweden. And this is a big, big over for Nawaz as he now moves on to 16, and that brings us to the end of the 4th over, and Sweden are 27 for none. And you just feel now if they don't get one of these too early, then the game might just run away from Austria. But again, if you're a neutral watching on at the moment, if Sweden get this over the line, it really sets up for an incredible day tomorrow to something that what could come down once again to net run rate. We already saw that happen out in Malta for the previous T20s here on the European Cricket Network, where we saw Czech Republic being edged out of the final by Romania. They eventually went on to win the competition, Valletta Cup. As we return here, Nathwani continuing from the Sky Exchange end. This is full. A push to Iqbal, and there's a misfield, and there's possible chances of a second, and they do come back comfortably. So standards just dropping ever so slightly from Austria at the moment, and just losing a little bit of concentration. As Iqbal obviously might still be thinking about that over. And this is hit again to Iqbal, and he this time takes it cleanly, and he does well. So it's just the 1 this time. So this is a good comeback from Iqbal. Just floated up and hit straight to the skipper. He has a shot at the stumps as he's backing up considerable amount is Boshov. And he goes big over the infant on the offside, and that's a huge hit, and that's going to go all the way. Another exhibition of serious batting. And this goes all the way for 6 runs for the Swedish batting side here. Gives himself a bit of room and flicks this over the infield. Runs away across the boundary. 6 runs. And Nawaz now moves on into the 20s. And goes again, but he has to go as he goes for the exact same shot, and it's an outrageous catch straight to him, but it was coming at a rate of knots. And Razmal Shigiwal taking the catch, meaning that Umar Nawaz has to go. 22 off of 18 for him. Got a start, unable to convert like yesterday, and that wicket means Sweden now, they will now fall to 36 for 1. Sticking to his line and length once again. And this one flying straight to Shigiwal. And he's going to have to go as Nawaz. That's going to just take a bit of the pressure away from the Austrian bowlers. And the new man coming out now as he joins Boshov. That's a real big wicket for Austria. Absolutely outstanding catch once again. Although it was straight at him, he still had to do the hard stuff of taking that catch cleanly. It was a hit cleanly from Nawaz. But he has to go nonetheless. There's no doubt that the pressure is certainly elevated off the shoulders now of Austria after that one wicket. They can really bog them down now. Again, that's why you put one of your best fielders in the covers. You get opportunities like that and you don't want to waste them. Once again, the struggles of not having the numbers on the back of the shirt. We're trying to work out who this new batsman is, but we'll find out. This is well played from the new batsman. He just fends this into the leg side for a single. So a good over in the end. Did dispatch for a beautiful 6, but he got the big wicket, did Nathwani. And that brings us to the end of 5 overs. Sweden are 36 for 1. As Hamid Mahmood has gone out into the middle. As we get to see here the schedule for the next few weeks, or the next couple of months in fact. We're off to Hungary from Monday after having a couple of weeks in the Czech Republic. And then after that we're spending a week there. And we're off to Austria for 1 week in Vienna. And then we're in Italy for a good amount of time. As we're in Milan, Brescia, Bologna, Rome, and then the Super Series between the winners from those 4 weeks. And then we're off back to Germany, and we'll be here in Krefeld not too long ago. As Iqbal starting again with a wide, struggling a little bit here with his line and length. And Boshov goes into the leg side, and there's no one there. No one on the leg side as he drops this one short. It's going to run away. It's going to be another boundary for Boshov. You can see there Maxi. He's going to be watching on here. Project manager getting a good view of the cricket on the sideline. He nods an acceptance. A good shot for Boshov. So even if they have taken a big wicket of Nawaz, they need to prevent these boundaries there. Leaking runs now, as it's below a runner ball now. And that's well played from Boshov. Just drops this into the leg side, and he comes home safely. Again, might have been a bit close with a direct hit, but he looked home pretty comfortably. This is a good ball to Hamid Mahmood, and he's yet to get off the mark. Iqbal to continue here. And this is again just fended back to the bowler. So good bowling this, Iqbal. Good return after again getting dispatched for a boundary. And you just feel if Austria are going to get a victory out of this, they're going to have to do it by taking wickets here. And again, just blocks this and fends this back. This is a good comeback from Iqbal after getting a bit of treatment early on in the over. He's doing well here. Coming back, building these dots, building the pressure again, as they really need to bowl in partnerships, Austria, if they're going to make the breakthrough. Been a flurry of boundaries in the last few overs. And this is a bit of an outside edge, and it squirts in through the infield, and they should come back for two, and they do comfortably. So Mahmood finally off the mark, and that brings the total off the over to 8. And after 6, Sweden are 44 for 1. So you can just see, take a look here in comparison. At this stage, well, Austria were 40 for 1. So pretty close in terms of where each team was at after their power play. Both teams only losing the 1 wicket. However, you just feel, after what we saw from Sweden yesterday, that that 1 wicket is, well, it might be one of the most important ones. Boshov looking like he's settling in nicely here now. 16 off 13 for him. And it's going to be Nathwani to bowl out here. 1 for 19 for him off of his 3 overs so far. And again, really need to focus on bowling in partnerships here. Iqbal building the pressure towards the end of his over. Can Nathwani keep this pressure on and squeeze the Swedish now? And this is just going to be an easy single to the man at long off, and it brings Mahmood back on strike. As you might have just picked up on the cameras, there are runners running around, as this obviously is a multi-sport complex here, as he looks to get on the ramp but ends up playing a bit of a pull shot. And by pull I mean more like snooker, and gets played back for off the toe to the bowler. And he goes for it again and gets this time. It's a bit of a paddle into the vacant fine leg region. Should just be 2 and is. So it's good batting from Mahmood. Innovative from him, and really having a look at the field and having a look where his options are. On the drive, Mahmood, and this is just played back to Nathwani. Wow, and this is going to be given a wide. And I know Bilal won't mind me saying this, as he just snatched at that one slightly. Was almost thinking of the stumping and the possible stumping already. He did come out of his crease, as you can just see there. Bilal just snatching at it and trying to take the ball towards the stumps already. This is an appeal for LBW, but I think this is going to be too high. But again, a good appeal from Nathwani. As you see here, yeah, height too high for me. And I think he's gone this time. That's really good from Abdar Bilal, as Hamid Mahmood trying to just fend this into the offside. Gets a little nick on this one, and he has to go. And Sweden there falling to 48 for 2. We get to take another look here. Keeps on that horrible line and length as a batsman. Don't really know whether to go back or forward, and this one just gets big on him a little bit. And it follows through to the keeper. So a good wicket and a good bit of keeping again from Bilal. Good to see. Pernilla Carlson in the chat. I do apologise if I've mispronounced your name there. And a question to you. Do you have any relation to Mr. Liam Carlson of the Swedish outfit? Do let us know. As the new batsman makes his way to the crease. And that also brings us to the end of the 7th. So after 7th, Sweden are 48 for 2. And at this point, Austria were 44 for 1. So they're 4 runs ahead at the moment. However, they are an extra wicket down, but it's brought in the new man, Abhijit Venkatesh, the skipper for Sweden. Again, he's a talented batsman, for sure. He has got an international T20 50, as this is again swept hard into the leg side from Boshov, as it's Momin coming into the attack now, the left arm orthodox. She's going to be the one rung as it brings Abhijit Venkatesh on strike. And again, as I just said previously, scoring 54 against Finland back in 2021. So plenty of experience with the bat. He's also scored some runs at T10 as well. So plenty of pressure on Venkatesh here now. And this is a good start for him. Suddenly just played back to the bowler. And Pernilla saying with Liam's parents, well, a very good evening to you. And, well, we might see your son later on with the bat. You never know. He might be required. But I'm sure if you're a Swedish fan, you want to see these guys do it pretty comfortably, as they require less than run a ball now. As this is hit well into the offside. There is a man out patrolling the boundary. So it should just be the one run as Venkatesh gets off the mark. So straighter and just pushed into the leg side. This is good bowling from Momin. As Boshov continuing here. He wasn't sure whether to leave this one. Possibly thinking it might be going for a wide, but he eventually played it late, getting anything on it, but it was a dot ball. So good bowling again from Shahil Momin. So he's shorter and quicker, and this is just played to that man on the offside. It's going to be a dot ball, so just the 2 coming off of it after 8 overs. Sweden are 50 for 2. A bit of a family affair going on at the moment, as we've got the Boshov family as well watching. So we get to see here, Boshov, he's still in at the moment, 18 off 18, going well so far. Just providing an anchor for the Swedish outfit at the moment. And we've got mother and brother watching from South Africa. I hope you're all well. And I'm sure you might be feeling a little bit nervous at this point, watching Sweden at the moment. 75 off of 72 now. Just over a run a ball. Venkatesh just plays this back to the bowler as it's Abdullah Akbarjan coming into the attack now. He's bowled well recently, has Akbarjan. This is a dead ball. There's a bit of a whiff of what smells like a barbecue at the moment. It's a very interesting smell from somewhere. So this is played into the offside. Looks for the single, but it's good work by Momin on the offside. And this is hit nicely into the offside, and it's going to run away, and it's going to be a boundary for Sweden and a boundary for Venkatesh as he drives this through the covers for a lovely 4 runs. So Venkatesh getting his account open with the boundary. And this is a good comeback from Akbarjan. And it's just going to be the dot ball. This is just played into the leg side. Should just be the one run, and is. So it's going to bring Milan Boshov on strike. And this is a lovely shot from Boshov. Flicks this off the pads into the leg side, and they're going to come back for all the two. And it's really good running from the Swedish. Ends up coming home safely again. Just goes to show, if you push that first one hard enough, it makes that second one that slightly much easier. As that brings us to the end of the 9th over, and Sweden are 57 for 2. Just have a look there. Iqbal being held back for a final over. Maybe just being held back just in case. But Nathwani bowling his overs out. 2 for 23 off of his 4. And this is going to be a dot ball to start. Venkatesh looking to push this into the offside. And this is again a good delivery. She's just fending back to the bowler. This is Fuller, and this is hit hard into the leg side. There is a man out there, but he's not going to cut that off, and that's a lovely shot from Venkatesh, showing that he is a man that's got talent with the bat. And that's going to go all the way for 4 runs to Sweden. And it was that man there, Akbarjan, trying to get that one away. And this is really good cricket, as this is just rotated into the leg side for a single. So it's good work from the Swedish batsman here so far. And looking to sweep into the leg side, almost loses his balance, but does well. It's again good work from Bilal, as we just see here. Foot does rise, but he manages to keep that bat down, so does well. So, 1 over remaining, 1 delivery remaining in this over. This is short and wide, and this is hit into the offside, but it's well fielded by Chima, and they come through for the single. So that single means that Sweden are 63 for 2 after 10, and that's going to give us an opportunity for me to say a very quick hello to all of our viewers all around the world. A very good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. I hope you're enjoying the outstanding cricket at the moment. Well, as we can see, you've just got to remember that at the moment, Sweden just knocking along nicely. They're just ticking the runs off at the moment, and they don't need to take any big risks. And if they can just rotate the strike, these two are looking comfortable at the crease, Boshov and Venkatesh now. Austria really need to apply the squeeze, don't they? Any chance they get, they need to try and take that opportunity. But it's been an absolute privilege to bring you the coverage so far, and a huge thank you to all of you in the chat who have been providing your inputs as we go back to the live action here. as that's just pushed into the offside for a single. And again, this is really good batting as Venkatesh just drops and runs this into the offside. I think he was almost protecting himself. He wasn't sure if this was going to come through. And again, appreciate all of your kind words in the chat. James, Stefan, Hassan and Wazza as well. Again, it's been a really fun day here in Germany. And Boshov looks to go big. There's a man under it. And he takes the catch, and it's Chima. And that's a huge breakthrough for Austria as they get the man, Boshov. He has to go. So Boshov has to go. 22 off of 23 for him, as that wicket means that Swedes now fall to 65 for 3. It's a good catch from Chima, who's running back. He's been running back and ended up taking a really good catch. As you can see, Boshov, he's disappointed. And he's going to have to go. But he's done a good job opening the batting for Sweden. And I know there's going to be some Swedish fans who are going to be a little bit disappointed to see the back of Boshov. But the next batsman, Azam Khalil, is again a more than capable batsman. Didn't come off against Germany, but knows that he hasn't got to take any risks here. 60 off of 57. 6 runs and over will be enough with the odd boundary here and there. And this is well played from Venkatesh. This is just dropped into the leg side. And it's just the 1 run. That's really well bowled from Akbarjan. It's good from Akbarjan. And again, just placed into the leg side from Khalil. So he's off the mark straight away. Doesn't take him too long. As that brings us to the end of the 11th. And Sweden are 67 for 3. As James is saying, Charlie been raiding the ECN swag bag. Well, unfortunately, I didn't kit myself out with a colourful suit. No orange, no blue or anything like that. So I ended up just going with the ECN gear. It's nice and comfortable, has to be said. It's done the job. Not too hot, not too cold.
Great stuff, boys. Great stuff, Austria.
As it's going to be Sahil Mamin back in to the fray. And this is a good start from him. Just right on the money. And that's well bowled. Bit of turn again. Good amount of turn off of this pitch as Khalil just fends this away. And goes big, and this has gone huge. This has gone all the way into the trees, and be careful, whoever's up in the top of the stand. It's Karina up there. I think she's okay. But that was huge from Khalil, as we see here. I think it might have gone right over her head, but she ended up, I think it took evasive action as that went all the way into the bushes. And I don't know if we're going to find that one back, as that's gone right into the depths of the greenery behind me here. That was a huge hit from Khalil. Again, just goes to show there's a reason why he was MVP in the recent ECS up in Sweden for Alby's Army. So I think we're going to get a new set of balls here. And James Stewart saying, good idea that, best not to make Vinny's Taylor angry. Well, I'm pretty sure he gets his suit from the Hungarian player Stano Uja, and I know that he's going to be in Budapest next week, so I'm sure he'll be getting a fresh set. Might have to ask him to pick me one up. This is good cricket. This is fed into the offside. It could be close to the direct hit here. And there's a chance of buzzers, and they do come through. So, I mean, Austria, they know that they need to take wickets here, but you just feel, was that really worth the risk there? And on the sweep, and he does well. That's well fielded by, I think that's Didar on the angle there. He does well as they come through for the single, as it brings Venkatesh back on strike. He's moved on to 13 off of his 13 deliveries, and it's now sat at 49 off of 49. It's exactly runnable, and they drop, and it's not going to be a run, so it's good fielding off of his own bowling, and it's a good way to finish the over after one of the biggest sixes of the tournament. And Sweden now move on to 76 for 3 after 12. So, looks like we're going to see pace brought back into the attack here, as we're going to see Bashar Didar coming into the attack. He looked quick in the warm-ups. It was obviously only a warm-up, so I'm sure we're going to be in for good bit of pace here, bit of right arm seam up here. And there's an appeal for LBW, but it's going to be going down leg, and they just come through for a leg bye. So good work again out in the middle. Michael just asking, will this series have an effect on the ranking of the participating countries? They are playing for ranking points here, so it could change depending on how many points they obviously receive and the changes, obviously, as Venkatesh just plays this into the offside for a single. And he hits this well. There's a man out there. It's Iqbal. He decides to go against going for the catch. It's just going to be the one run. So again, I think it's one of those half chances that if you go for it and it comes off, could be a really big turning point in the game. But it ends up being just a single, and it brings the skipper, Abhijit Venkatesh, back on strike. Oh, and he goes for the big hike into the offside. Doesn't get anything on this, and this is just going to be a dot ball. So a valuable dot ball for Didar. And it was a bit of the off spinner there, the off cutter. Then the ball ends up, nearly clattered into his off stump. And again, hit down the ground for the one run. And Lazar hitting the nail on the head, saying this will be a close one. One big moment can change this match one way or the other. I have to agree. That's one of the things. If Iqbal goes for that half chance and it comes off, changes the context of the game completely. This is well dug out from Azam Khalil, and they should come through for two, and they do. So it's really good running. There's a direct hit, and they're going to come through for a sneaky single. And they do, and it's costly. That's the big wicket there of the Swedish batsman there. And he still stood there. And I don't think he understands, but I think he has got to go. And it's the skippers. We get to take another look here. It was a good throw in, and he ended up taking a direct hit. And I think he is out there as we take another look here. Obviously, had to take the stumps out. And even by the time he lifted it up, yeah, it's a good call from the umpire. And it's good work, as it was a tough one as the bails had already been taken off. And he eventually grabs the stump with the gloves in and with ball in hand. So it's good work from the keeper, Abdar Bilal. And is that going to be the turning point here? Are we going to see a twist in the tail? And there's a little bit of confusion in the Swedish camp. I don't know if they're able to hear me all the way from over there. But it was the correct decision, so it's good umpiring from the umpire out there, who is Vinay Malhotra. So he's done a good job there. As we saw another replay there. He almost took those stumps dancing. And that's going to bring Sahil Momin back into the attack, as that brought us to the end of the 13th. Sweden are 82 for 4 now. And he goes big into the leg side. There's a man out there. It's not going to carry. And it's just going to be one bounce, and they're going to come through for the single. And this is hit well from Sami Khalil into the offside, and it should just be the one. And there's a bit of a misfield, and they come through for the second. And this really could be costly. This is where Austria really need to be on it now. Every run is going to count towards this total. It's going to be a tough chase. 43 off of 42. It's not over yet. And this is well dug out, and it's well bowled from Momin, as Iqbal in front of me was ready to go and cut that off. And Khalil goes big into the leg side. There is a man under it. It's Akbarjan. And he takes the catch. And it's another huge wicket. Is that going to be another turning point in this game, as Sami Khalil has to go? Sweden now fall to 85 for 5. Oh, the run rate isn't an issue here. They're not behind the rate whatsoever. It's just over a run, a ball now. Taking unnecessary risks, didn't get any of this, and it ended up going away into the hands of Abdullah Akbarjan, and he has to go as it brings the new batsman to the crease, and it's Khalid Zahid. Is he going to be the man to provide support for Azam Khalil? He's 14 off of 11. Oh, Austria going to do the impossible here and bowl Sweden all out. All Sweden need to do, it's not a complicated matter here. Just needs to find the ones and twos. There's plenty of gaps in the field. Don't get me wrong, they're bowling well. There is still plenty of gaps. You can manipulate the field, manipulate the bowler's options. And it's a good start to Khalil. And that's good cricket, and it's not going to be a run. So This is good bowling again from Wamin. He finishes with figures of 1 for 20 off of his 4 overs. It brings us to the end of the 14th Sweden R80, 5 for 5. So, are we going to be in for a last-minute thriller, a last-over thriller again? If you see here, a handful of batsmen getting starts but unable to continue on. Boshoff and Noir's both getting starts at the top of the order, failing to convert here on the international stage, as we're going to see what I believe is Didar continuing here. And you just need a sensible head to join the in batsman at the crease. It's going to be the new batsman Zahid on strike. And he plays a sensible cricket shot down the ground to get the in batsman on strike. So Zahid off the mark straight away. And brings Khalil back on strike. 14 off 13 for him now. There's a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders. And he hits this into the leg side, and it's going to pierce through the infield. Mamin gives chase. He does really well, and they're going to come back comfortably for the 2. But once again, Sweden can afford to do so. They're going to get a bad ball, which will go the distance. It's not an issue of hitting the ball for a boundary. It's just what they do in between. And I can just look to my right, and it's very, very tense. The coach of the Austrian national team can't sit down at the moment. And this is a really good shot from Khalil. How well has he hit this? This is a good question, but it's good work from MSP. Prevents a certain boundary. Khalil only punched that down the ground. Bit of a check drive. It's only just the 2 runs. So 2 runs saved from Simpson. Parker does really well. Good camera work up on the top of the tower from Karina. Splendid job as always. And this is hit well through the covers. There's no one out there, but there is a man at deep point as he runs around. It could be close here. And he's gone. And that, I think there might have been an injury here. And player safety has to come first, as there was a coming together of the wicketkeeper and the batsman as he took the bails off. He looks okay. He might have just had a bit of wind knocked out of him. And you can see there a real stellar example of what here we stand for at the ECN, stronger together, even though in the context of this game it's a huge wicket. He has to go after he looked comfortable, and just pushing this one. It's a great arm from Javid Zadran with the run out. You just see here just a bit of a coming together. It's really uncomfortable for both of them there. Glad to see that he's walking off. However, it's a huge wicket for Austria now. And they're just dragging themselves back into this game. So, Austria, can they do the unimaginable here and provide a bit of a birthday present for the coach? I've been informed it's the coach Quinton's birthday, as he gives me a little smirk. I don't think he wanted anyone finding out about that one, but I found out. Can his team provide what would be certainly a well-welcomed birthday present here? And a very happy birthday to him for sure. And I think he'll sleep better tonight if they can make it 2 from 2 here. The pressure is certainly on, as it's Zia coming in now for Sweden. And what a game we have on our hands here at the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. And no one can stand or keep still in both dugouts. Nerves all around. And game on for sure. Zia on strike. And this is a good shot to get off the mark as it's well chased by Iqbal, and it's just going to be the one run. So good work out in the deep, and they're going to need a few more of those. It's really good commitment as they end up coming through for just the one run. So the equation now, 33 required off of 31 deliveries. And sensible cricket from Khalid Zahid as he comes through for the single. And that brings us to the end of the 15th. And Sweden on 93 for 6. As we get to take a look here at what we've got tomorrow. And tomorrow, depending on the outcome of this game, could be a huge day as we go into the final day of round robin matches, as we see a repeat of this matchup, Austria versus Sweden in match number 5. And then we finish with the host Germany. They take on Sweden in the final game of the round robins here. But don't forget, well, that starts at 11:30 local time, 2 o'clock if you're in India. But we've also got the fan code ECS Czech Republic Finals Day up in Prague. And I know that the crew, well, a couple of them will be watching on from the hotel on Friday night, as they'll be watching on here. So a very good evening to you. Big finals day tomorrow. All comes down to one day. It's the beauty of cricket, and it's all streamed here on the European Cricket Network. But this game here is certainly not over. So the equation's very simple here. Austria need 4 wickets to win, whereas Sweden, they need just the 32 runs off of 30 balls. There's Vinny Sandhu in the chat, just asking the question about a golden ball. Obviously unavailable here in the T20s. What a sight that would be to be brought into the T20 game of a golden ball. But that's just pushed into the offside for a single. Zizia, he's looking for the second. So it clips into the leg side. It's going to be a dot ball. And dot balls are certainly gold dust at the moment. And this is hit into the leg side, and he's dropped it. Wow, how big could that be? Azia was testing the Austrian field and trying to see who that is out there. And I think that's that man, Jameed Zadran. He's going to have a job with the ball at some point, you have to feel. And that is a big drop in the context of this game. And sensible again from Zahid as he just pushes this too long off for the single. And again, sensibly played into the leg side for just a single. This is all they need to do at this point. 28 required off of 25 balls now. And it's Akbajan to finish his third over now. 1 delivery remaining. Pushes this into the offside, but it's well fielded from Amin, and it's going to be a dot ball to finish. As that brings us into the end of the 16th over. Sweden are 97 for 6. And you just got a glimpse of it on your screen there. At this point, Austria, after 16 overs, were 95 for 5. So we are on for what is set to be another ECN Classic here at the Krefeld National Performance Centre. Could be heading into the final over, and there is a lot of nerves around. There's shadow batting going on. in the Swedish outpost. As it looks like it's going to be, I'm just trying to confirm who that is. It's going to be Didar to continue. So there's a change of mind from the skipper. Looks like he was going to go to the man who just dropped the catch, Javid Zadran, but it's going to be Bashar Didar to continue. Only 13 runs off of his 2 overs so far, but I feel they need wickets, and there's going to be a man who's done it already in this tournament. It's going to be Javid Zadran. Well, Zia taking a bit of an unnecessary walk down the pitch. Dot balls are gold dust, as Rico would say. And he slid this through the infield. This could run away. That's outstanding fielding. He was about to be given an opportunity to bowl, but he got taken off, but he's not let that affected him. And that is outstanding fielding by Javid Zadran on the offside boundary. Hit this really well, did Zia. Pierced through the infield. And it's a great stop. Great bit of work on the boundary. And it's just the 2 runs to start the over. And this is a short delivery. And it's a dot ball. This is good from Didar. He goes big into the offside. There's a man coming in for the catch, and it doesn't carry. And it's not, shouldn't go all the way, and it doesn't, but they're going to come back for 2. So it's another, there's another missed opportunity. It was a half chance. And from what I'm seeing, well, I think this is a little bit harsh, as Javid Zadran is being swapped out. As Bajan goes out, and he looks to get this on the scoop, but completely hits this wrong, and I think it hits him on the body. Luckily not in line with the stumps. Steve Cook just saying, Charlie, please give the players the hurry up, as my tea is ready in 10 minutes. Well, I have to have tea in front of the TV, as it looks like we're going to be set for a last over thriller here, unless something magical happens for one of these teams. That's a great shot over the top again. It's going to skip along. And it's just going to be 2 runs against Zia. So holding a good hand here so far, as that brings us to the end of the 17th. Sweden are 103 for 6. And that means that the equation is pretty simple. With 3 overs remaining, 18 balls left in this match, Sweden require just 22 runs. As we're now going to see Javid Zadran coming on from the media end, and you feel if Austria are going to get this win here, they need to take a wicket. 1 or 2 wickets now, and they're right into the tail. Sweden they don't need to take any risks, do they? And once again, I've been blessed whilst covering here on the ECN. Just my 2nd time now. I'm getting blessed with a low-scoring thriller of a T20 international. So, Javid Zadran with his first over of the game. Pushes it for pace and pushes this through, and it's well bowled. And Khalid Zahid just drops this back to the bowler. This might be what he was being held back for after it looked like he was going to bowl the previous over. Oh, this is a lovely shot down the ground, and I think it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs for Sweden, and that's going to ease the pressure. That's a beautiful drive through the covers from Khalid Zahid, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. That's going to help the totals. It's now 18 off of 16 required. He's going to change his angle. Going to come round the wicket now is Zadran. And this is short, and this is back of the lane, and he's going to push this down through, and it's going to run away for another boundary. And Zadran just struggling here as he's now going to get a talking to from his skipper. Decided to come round the wicket, but it didn't pay off. So that trickles away down towards the leg side boundary. Another 4 for Sweden. They only require 14 now, so it's less than runnable from here on in. Khalid Zahid playing a very helpful hand here. 12 off 8 now. 1 wicket could change this game. That's really good cricket from Zahid, much to the delight of the Swedish dugout. Just pushes this to mid on for 1 run. Austria they just know that they're just 1 wicket away. Dot balls are gold dust here now for Austria. And this is again well hit into the leg side. It is just going to be another 1 run, but they can do it in singles now. Can Sweden? Don't need to take any unnecessary risks. You just question, if you look at the field, there is support on the boundary. However, all the fielders are on the offside, and this is check driven, and there's a man under it. It's MSP. Oh, and he's dropped it. But most importantly, and I'm not too sure, we're going to have to see if that's going to be given as 4 or 6. And he's given 4. He just checked, he didn't quite time this. He was a bit early on it, and we just see here, MSP gets round, he does the hard bit, but then it just bursts through his hands, and it gets 1 bounce, 4 runs. And you can just see how much that over has changed the game. And you just see what a tight, the worm just proving what a tight game this has been. It's ebbed and flowed between both teams. At one point, Austria were in front, and Sweden, they're dragging their way back into it, and then Austria is taking wickets at the vital time. But now, Sweden, well, they require 8 runs off of just 12 deliveries. So it's 2 hits away now for Sweden, and there's a big team meeting. I'm going to call it the leadership group meeting in the middle for Austria, as they just have to have a think as who they give this over to. This is a huge over. 1 run off it, and it's going to be a very tight last over. So it is going to be Iqbal coming on. To bowl his final over in this game. And he has taken the wicket. And you just feel that that is a really big wicket. Azir, he's going to have to go. He did a good hand here, 10 off of 12 for his country. However, you always just have to think that more importantly, it is a dot ball. Dot balls are what they need. Obviously 3 wickets now just required as Sweden now fall to 117 for 7. Iqbal coming straight back into the attack and taking a wicket first up. And I know for a fact that he's got family watching, but it's that man on your screen, Liam Carlson, coming into the middle now for Sweden. He's got it all to do. We were saying earlier how I'm sure his family weren't bothered if he had to have a bat as long as Sweden get over the line. But it's come down to Liam Carlson. But it has to be said, one thing I have to say is that even in tense moments like these, there was a bit of banter, a bit of enjoyable banter between the Austrian coach and the Swedish national team, which is really good to see here in Krefeld. No matter the outcome, they're still going to be friends off the pitch, enjoying the game as much as we all love it. But it comes down to this. So the wicket, meaning that it's now 8 runs off of 11 for Sweden. Austria, well, they're just going to be thinking about that wickets column now, aren't they? If they knock off the total, it's out of their hands. However, if they can take these wickets, we're going to be in for a real delight here. So, Carlson on strike. It's a slower ball. It's a dot ball again. Really well fielded from the Austrian skipper, Rasmal Shigiwal. And it now comes down to the last 10 deliveries. 8 runs required. And it's Swedish-born Liam Carlson on strike. Big drag into the leg side. And it should just be the one, and they get home comfortably. It's now down to 7 required off of 9 deliveries. And I can see plenty of people in the chat now getting very excited. It's a great advert for cricket, this is. And it's the in-batsman Zahid on strike. And this just gets big on him, but they run through for the single. So it's now down to just 1 hit for Sweden. They can do it in 1 strike. As it's now Liam Carlson back on strike. So 6 run required off of just 8 deliveries now. And this is just played into the mid-off region, and it's a dot ball. So again, just putting this one back again, as it looks like, unless Liam Carlson can clear that rope, we're going to be going into the final over. Final ball of the 19th over here. And it's going to be given a wide. So we've got 1 more delivery in this over, and it's now down to 5. Iqbal, a little bit astonished that it's been given as we take another look here. And it's a good call from the umpire. So 5 required now, off of 7. Goes short, and it's another edge. And Liam Carlson has to go. So Carlson can't be the one to do it for the Swedes. And he's going to have to walk off, nicking behind again. Again, a good catch from Abdar Bilal. You see here, again, back of a length. It's a hard length to get away, even if you are as tall as Liam Carlson is. But it's going to be the young left-arm orthodox bowler coming in now with the bat. Zakir Takawi. Again, a more than capable batsman. Solid at the crease yesterday. However, the in-batsman is on strike as we bring us into the final over after 19 overs. Sweden are 120 for 8. And they require 5 runs off of the final over, as there's a huge team meeting going on at the moment. We've seen crazy things happen, and one memory that sticks out for me is Spain defending not many runs in the final over of a game in the ECC. I believe the bowler was Atif Mahmood or Mohammed. So, again, we've seen crazier things happen here on the ECN. And from what I'm seeing, it looks like it's going to be Abdullah Akbarjan to bowl the final over for Austria. Akbarjan, he's gone, funnily enough, at an economy rate of exactly 5 and over off of his first 3 overs. His figures at the moment, 1 for 15. And he's going to be handed the ball to bowl this final over. There's a bit of deliberation here as the fielding side and the skipper wanting to make sure that it's as he wants it for the final over. One hit away, 5 required. We've seen crazy things, but what a way to end another absolutely outstanding day here. Here we go. Well, it's a false start. Just trying to get in the batsmen's heads by the look of it is Akbarjan, but here we go, final over. And the in batsman is gone, and that's a huge moment in the context of this game. Looking to finish it off. Doesn't get the elevation and just picks out the fielder on the 30-yard circle, and he has to go. Sweden now fall to 120 for 9. What a wicket that is, and it's that man, Akbarjan. Bit of a slot delivery, tries to pierce this through the infield, and it's the skipper of all men taking the catch, and they know now that they are just 1 wicket away. And it looks like it's going to be the injured Lamar Maman on strike. So the equation is very simple. Austria require 1 wicket to win. Sweden require 5 runs in 5 balls. This isn't an outstanding advert for international European cricket. I don't know what is. So again, changes in the field. The fielder's out on the boundary at the moment. You've got deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg. And that's going to be a wide ball. It's not what he would have wanted to follow up a wicket with a dot ball. Followed up with a wide. And you just wonder if it wasn't injured, Maman may have been able to get onto that. But he is struggling with an injury here. You just wonder if that's going to harper their chances of getting through for a quick single. So it's now 4 off of 5 here in the last. And he's gone, it's another wicket, and that's the game for Austria. Heartbreak for Sweden. But what absolute character it takes for Akbarjan to come into the final over, taking 2 huge wickets and winning the game for his country as Austria beat Sweden by 3 runs here in match number 4. And what a day of cricket we've had, and what a way to finish. We see here the replay. Lamar trying to finish it in style. Again, you just think the injury might be harpering him in order to be running those quick singles. Goes for the big hook into leg side and misses this one. And he's off. Here's Akbarjan. And he's done it for his country. And well, what a game we have just witnessed here on the European Cricket Network, ladies and gentlemen. But once again, sportsmanship all round, as there's handshakes just to the right of me between the Austrian coach, who has eventually got the birthday present from his team, and they're going to surely be celebrating tonight as they take 2 from 2 today. A great day out for the Austrian outfit. But commiserations to Sweden. Really good effort from them in the field to restrict Austria to just 124, but couldn't get it over the line with the bat, as they're going to go into it with having it all to do tomorrow. As you see here, smiles on the Austrian faces, and they know they've had a good day out in the office. Once again, an absolutely outstanding day here, and congratulations to Austria after a successful day, and commiserations to Sweden. But they're going to look to come back once again, and they're going to bounce back tomorrow in the return fixture, as these two will meet again in the first game of the schedule tomorrow. And again, outstanding from both teams. What a match we've just seen as we get to take a look at the highlights here. And again, we saw there an bit of athleticism on the boundary early on. And we saw at the top of the order, Noir's going big once again, hitting some huge maximums and hitting some not so huge fours as well. But it still went all the distance. But he eventually went for 22. You see here, picks out the man. That's the skipper once again taking the catch. And from there, you just saw that they were still in the game were Austria. Hamid Mahmoud, not really troubling scores, only 4 for him. But the skipper providing 15 runs, coming in at number 4, hitting some nice shots, getting 2 boundaries off his runs. And then the other opener, Amboshov, going for 22 off of 23 deliveries. And then Khalil, well, he hit one of the biggest sixes of the tournament as that flew over our cameras there as well. And then we see here, there was some senseless running, trying to run off of a misfield. Ended up getting the all-important wicket as he had to go. And you can see there were smiles at that point, but I'm sure there was filled with nerves. But again, outstanding fielding from Austria in the field. Only a couple of drop chances, but mostly 10 out of 10 in the field. Outstanding to watch today once again, as we get to see here another run out. And then it was eventually he was okay, but a bit of an injury, but he's all right. We had some big hits in the end from Khalid Zaid with 3 boundaries to his name, but he couldn't do it. Couldn't get him over the line. We thought that was a big moment there with a bit of an interesting reaction from myself. But ended up taking a good amount of wickets here. And they're getting the job done. Iqbal coming back into the attack. And it was really, really promising to see. Again, a really amazing advert for cricket here in the European continent. And that was the final wicket to go. So Mahmoud being the last one to go for Mamand. However, an absolutely outstanding day. What a way to finish the day here. An outstanding advert for cricket. And again, it was an absolutely fabulous day here as we get to take a look at the scorecard. So yeah, we see here at the top of the innings, both openers getting a start but unable to convert. And again, it's a similar story as we go down the scorecard. Venkatesh, Khalil, both getting starts but not able to convert. And the same for Khalid Zahid as he ended up going for 1 too many, trying to finish the game off in style but couldn't get it done. But it was outstanding fielding in the field from Austria. And you have to give credit where credit's due for sure. An absolutely outstanding way to finish what has been an exceptional day here in Krefeld. As we see here, those that made the difference, 2 wickets apiece for Aqib Iqbal and Amit Nathwani. However, Abdullah Akbarjan finishing it off in style off of his 3.2 overs, going for 3 wickets for 16 runs. Absolutely outstanding again with the ball. It's not the first time we've seen that, and I'm sure it won't be the last. But once again, huge congratulations to Austria after a successful day. And it's been, again, I've said it once before and I'll say it again, an absolutely outstanding advert for cricket here. And once again, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the coverage here today, not just myself. I've got a few people to thank once again. Obviously, we've got Brian Mansell and Amar from DCB. They've been absolutely outstanding. Amar sorting out all the ground, making it look as wonderful as it does. But also, you've got from the ECN, you've got Maxi and Mahel. Mahel doing the scoring, an absolutely outstanding job once again. And Maxi, project manager, we saw him as he was enjoying some of the cricket earlier on. And once again, a huge thanks to the umpires. Without them, we wouldn't have any of the cricket going on. So a huge thanks to Veneer Mahata, Mark Jameson, and also Sunil Gowda. Without them, there would be no cricket. It's a horrible job, but someone has to do it, and they enjoy it. So we'll let them get on with that one. But finally, a huge thanks to those at Spring Productions, the crew here today. Martin, Willems, and Karina. Without you, we don't get any of the pictures we see, any of the amazing action replays, and it's all made for absolutely incredible viewing. But don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We've also got our coverage here of the final round robin matches, but you've also got the finals day up in the Czech Republic. So do make sure you've subscribed as we get to see here the schedule for tomorrow with Austria versus Sweden and Sweden versus Germany in tomorrow's matches. But the finals day up in Prague, do not forget about that one. But it gives me the opportunity to say one huge final thank you to everyone in the YouTube chat with your amazing inputs into the game. Really reads for incredible entertainment. A huge thank you for you to watching, and don't go anywhere as we'll be back tomorrow with some more European cricket action. See you tomorrow.